recalls Leisure Suit Larry? I sure do. It was one of my first experiences on a DOS computer back in late 80s. Leisure Suit Larry, along with Space Quest and King's Quest, are three of the most iconic early PC games series. The Sierra Online graphic adventure games were way ahead of their time, not only because of their interaction with the player, but also in relation to the number of locations, the graphical beauty, and mature content, mainly when it comes to Larry's adventures, and a certain hot tub. Sierra brought a level of complexity and interaction never experienced before. Practically everyone who had a PC back in the 80s played or owned a physical release of at least one of Sierra's titles. The company dates back to 1979, when Ken Williams was coding an income tax program on a mainframe computer that was 3,000 miles away from his Los Angeles bungalow house. To access the mainframe, he used the teletype machine. It was just a typewriter with a modem and a printer communicating at 100 bps. That was more than enough for the job. While exploring the mainframe, he stumbled upon a file named Advent. And when he ran the program, he found himself standing at the end of a road facing a brick house. He immediately called his wife and both stood there, completely hooked to that paragraph, and they only rested when they finished it, typing commands and responding to situations displayed. But what if that Advent file never existed? What if Ken Williams never explored that mainframe in search of odd files and catchy file names? Adventure or Colossal Cave Adventure was written by Will Crowther, who spent his off hours programming a caving simulation first intended for his daughters to play. It was programmed in Fortran on a DEC PDP-10, and it was a very detailed sketch of the Kentucky Mammoth Cave's bath quilt entrance. Apart from Will's daughters, his colleagues also found the program quite interesting and fun, and without notice, Colossal Cave Adventure was widespread all over the ARPANET network, property of the United States Department of Defense for general use. Soon and by unknown hands, it ended up in a games folder of the computers of the Stanford Medical Center, where it came to the attention of graduate student Don Woods. He tracked down its origin and, via electronic mail, asked permission to Will Crowther to have access to the source Fortran code and, as well, expand and enhance his navigation simulation, turning it into a more game-like experience with score and saving options, among many other improvements. Everyone who tried it became addicted, and it eventually arrived at MIT. Tim Anderson, one of the original Zork programmers, once said that, and I quote, "It's estimated that Adventure set the entire computer industry back 2 weeks." And so, as explained earlier, it came also to the hands of Ken and Roberta Williams through that teletype machine connected to a mainframe via a modem. After finishing the game, Roberta wanted more. She discovered Microsoft's Adventure, Softape's Journey, and every Scott Adams text adventure released, until there were none left. Immediately, Roberta wanted to create her own interactive adventures, but with graphics. So they bought an Apple II computer in January of 1980, and with Ken's programming skills and Roberta's imagination, Online Systems was born, founded by the Williams couple, who started out programming graphical adventures for the Apple II from home, with the company's first game in its self-entitled iRes adventure series being Mystery House, released 4 months later in May of 1980, a title considered as the first graphical adventure game that offered basic monochrome line drawings accompanied by text in where players would enter simple commands of 1 or 2 words. The truth is that Ken only programmed Mystery House to please Roberta, but computer dealers and whoever saw Mystery House running were blown away, which led to the real motive of the birth of Online Systems, a name chosen because of Ken's consulting business and its focus on telecommunications.
There was almost nothing you could do that wasn't interesting and new. We had zero competition.
So the lack of competitors was a huge advantage for them. There was practically no gaming-related software being made that all retailers wanted their product. The Williams then started dealing with a software distribution company known as Programma, but ended up refusing their offer. Roberta designed an advertising herself for publishing on a specialized magazine named Micro, in where people would make their order of the game by mail. By day, Ken would go off to a programming job, and Roberta cared for the house and their 2 children, while packaging 5 Anacora game discs and simple photocopied documentation sheets into Ziploc bags. In their first month in business, they made $11,000. In the second, $20,000. In the third, $30,000. It went on to sell more than 10,000 copies, something quite unique at the time, because there wasn't properly a home software market of any kind to speak of. And it's imperative to emphasize that they sold the game directly from their own house. They even gave clues to players using their family telephone line. The success of early titles such as Mystery House, Wizard and the Princess, and even Jawbreaker, that is simply a Pac-Man clone, saw the company enjoying a significant injection of money. During that initial period, Soft Porn Adventure also contributed to that success, a game that involved a hot tub and some of the female members of the newborn company, Roberta included. Mission Asteroid was a follow-up on Sierra's iRes Adventure series, curiously numbered as 0, even being the 3rd release. So in mid-1982, Ken leaves his day job and, together with his wife, renamed the company to Sierra Online, mainly because there was already a large company who owned the rights for the name Online Systems. Now being based at Yosemite in the Sierra Nevada mountains, the couple decided on Sierra Online, a name that would soon become synonymous of engaging and thrilling adventure video games. Things were looking pretty bright for the Williams, with magazines and TV shows begging for exclusive interviews, big corporations offering millions to buy their whole operation, investors lining up offering money and advice, etc, etc. Even Disney and Jim Henson wanted to talk about licensing deals. And in late 1982, it was time for IBM to come knocking at the Williams' door, asking if they were willing to develop software for their new home computer. For a computer guru such as Ken, IBM was the biggest and most powerful company in the world. Ultimately, the Williams said yes to all of them, except for the buyout offers. All those companies and people were telling Ken that the new low-cost home computers were the wave of the future, replacing the old Atari VCS video game system. The new Commodore VIC-20 and the TI-99/4A were selling well and fast. So the advice was to get the most games out there for those new home computer users that were hungry for games for their brand new machines. And the simpler those games were, the quicker they were also to be ported from platform to platform, and especially onto cards for all those users that didn't own or never used a cassette drive. So Ken made plans to have 100 separate products ready for release right in 1983. For that to be possible, he hired dozens of programmers to fabricate action games that could be easily ported from one system to the other.
We believe the home computer market to be so explosive that title saturation is impossible. The number of new machines competing for the Apple/Atari segment in 1983 will create a perpetually new market hungry for winning 1982 titles. We will exploit this opportunity.
To house the rapid all-growing Sierra family of now almost 100 people, the owner of the current facilities offered to construct a new building in a location that suited perfectly with the company's state of mind. Ken agreed, accepting a monthly rent of $25,000, and along with Sierra's new offices, the Williams hired an architect to design their new $800,000 dream house by the Fresno River, complete with racquetball and volleyball courts. Even a mini arcade with the latest games was included. By the time they moved into the new house, by September of 1983, things weren't so bright anymore. Sales were slow, and the biggest disappointment of the year was related to the partnership deal with Big Media and the commercial flop of Dark Crystal, also associated with the fact that it was running on a now obsolete high-res adventure game engine. In contrast, the one and only real hits of the year came from John Harris, one of the first programmers working for Sierra Online, previously responsible for the Pac-Man clone Jawbreaker, and now for the officially licensed port of the arcade game Frogger. And for despair of Ken Williams, it was Frogger, the big Sierra hit of 1983. There have always been differences between the two, and the environment would become polluted every time they crossed paths. John Harris even left Sierra Online that year and went on working for Synapse Software, a company he considered more quality-oriented. Things were starting to become unbearable. The new building and staff increased their expenses enormously. Much of the software being produced relied on cards, which were way more expensive to manufacture than tapes or discs and took much longer to duplicate. And because much of the industry is following Sierra's steps, the cartridge manufacturing was at its peak of production. As an example, to get games ready for the Christmas rush, companies had to send them to manufacturing 6 months in advance. But the worst happened. The second half of '83 was really harsh to Sierra Online. The video game crash, as it became known, left the company with tens of thousands of unsold cards just sitting in warehouses, and the machines for which those cards were made weren't at all the next big thing, as those self-declared brilliant minds predicted to Ken Williams a few months before. Millions of dollars of inventory were doomed, and no one was willing to buy them. Sierra Online was struggling to pay their bills, and the only thing left to do was to start cutting. It went from 100 employees to just around 20. Ken even offered a 10% share of the company to his landlord if he could forgive them the rent for a few months. It was a failed attempt, because even the landlord, who knew nothing about their business, saw Sierra Online as a defunct company. Their dream was about to end, but one final hope remained: their contract with Big Blue, signed some time ago. Even prior to that contract, IBM partnered with Sierra Online when they were about to launch the original IBM PC, the 5150, back in 1981. IBM hired them to port to their new and upcoming machine one of the biggest hits that year on the Apple II, The Wizard and the Princess. The prototype of IBM's new system was delivered to their doorstep in an X-ray resistant lead chest, sealed with solder, and should be stored and used in a room without windows that should be kept locked at all times. This was how IBM did business and got on so well with Ken Williams, because he knew exactly how the corporate world worked and always obeyed its rules. In the meanwhile, and back to those harsh final months of 1983, the limitations of the Apple II computer were also starting to hold back Roberta's creativity. A new computer system was needed that would allow the couple to expand and convert their thoughts and ideas into reality. That was when a new partnership between Sierra Online and IBM surfaced. The computer giant was after a way of promoting their new product, the PC Junior, and what a better way than with a video game that could show off its full capabilities. They asked for a game in the likes of Ultima and Wizardry, specifically offering puzzles with multiple solutions and different paths through the game. So Sierra needed desperately to raise their bar. Their high-res adventure games were already too primitive in comparison to what Infocom was putting out. In what computer adventures are concerned, Sierra was no longer the model to follow. Even so, Ken Williams ran a company that wanted to give players a movie-like experience on their computers, and with the help from IBM, they would stick with their plan. So Ken and Jeff Stevenson pitched IBM a new type of adventure game, in where most of the screen would be given over to the graphics and the avatar would be visible on screen, with the player able to move it around within each section using a joystick or the arrow keys on a keyboard, also offering the illusion of depth. For today's standards, this may sound simple and pretty basic, but proved to be revolutionary at the time. Non-movement commands would still have to be typed by the player, but now positioning the avatar would be essential to progress. Other characters and creatures would populate the game world, some to be fought, others to be dodged, and others to be friends with. The experience would be entirely visual, just like an interactive movie, requiring precise timing and coordination in action sequences. Back at Sierra's headquarters, everyone thought that Ken promised the impossible to IBM. It was a leap too far into the unknown, but Roberta stood by Ken's decision. They now had 128K of memory to work with, not 48K, and one of the main selling features of IBM's upcoming PC Junior was its bright 16-color graphics. Artists would still have to draw each scene on paper, but now using colored pencils, and these drawings would then be traced using a graphics tablet connected to a computer, where they would be stored using the vector graphics techniques Ken had developed back in the days of Mystery House and The Wizard and the Princess. IBM injected Sierra Online with $700,000, a top-secret project named Project Siesta, for the development of a new and groundbreaking game engine and several other pieces of software for their new computer. So the first animated 3D adventure game was born, King's Quest. Designed and conceived by Roberta Williams, it sought to break free of text adventure conventions by switching to a third-person view, giving the player an avatar to guide around the game world. Homeworld was also available at launch with a PC Junior, an easy-to-use and casual word processor with an early graphical user interface that Ken and Jeff Stevenson were already working on before IBM approached Sierra. It ended up being IBM's official word processor for the PC Junior. But developing King's Quest wasn't as simple and easy as it sounds. For the later ports of King's Quest for other systems, Ken Williams struggled to find reliable programmers for this particular project, and the ones he eventually found were completely off. There was even this one programmer responsible for the 1984 Apple IIc2e port that held hostage a piece of code from the game, asking to be paid for the dozens of hours of overtime he supposedly did. Sierra agreed to pay, grabbed the code back, and immediately defaulted, citing a clause in American contract law, which says that a contract is null and void if one of the parties signs under duress. This partnership with IBM brought Sierra not only money, but also free advertising and mainly credibility. A funny thing is that when IBM finally unveiled to the world the final design of the PC Junior in November of 1983, got everyone amazed and intrigued, Sierra included. With all their involvement in the machine's development, they never had access to a real production model, and by the time the PC Junior was shipped to stores in March of 1984, Ken Williams had to drive to a Computerland store down the road to buy his own. And on his way home, he decided to make a stop at the cinema, leaving the PC Junior in his car. It ended up stolen. But and despite all their combined efforts, the PC Junior failed to impress the public. It became IBM's biggest commercial flop. However, King's Quest was amazing in its time. Reviewers and magazines devoted to other systems talked about it, because it was indeed revolutionary. But as said, there weren't enough PC Juniors being sold that could save Sierra. They had the right game on the wrong platform. This pretty much looked like Ken's final bad decision that was about to kill his company once and for all. In the meanwhile, two new machines were announced and arriving just a month after the launch of the PC Junior, the Apple IIc and the Tandy 1000, both shipped from factory with 128K of RAM. Gladly, Sierra retained the license to their AGI system, a system that will allow to run King's Quest in just 128K of memory. So they rapidly ported King's Quest to those two brand new machines, and it was on the Tandy 1000 that the game became a hit. In the end, it was Radio Shack who placed Sierra on the map. The Williams couple made a fortune selling games for the Tandy 1000 and at Radio Shack stores due to the commercial success of the machine. Slowly, Sierra Online was being pulled back from the edge of the cliff. Much of the game's $850,000 of development cost was funded by IBM, and by the end of 1985, also driven by the commercial success of King's Quest II that was already making the delight of fans, the company was paying all their bills and starting to grow once again. A lesson was learned. The AGI system was capable of producing beautiful and graphically detailed locations, and the freedom, the chance to perform different actions on different objects, and the extensive vocabulary offered the chance to create fascinating, unseen and unique worlds, allowing Sierra Online to hire more developers to work with this new tool that resulted in some of the most iconic franchises in gaming history: Space Quest, Leisure Suit Larry and Police Quest. This came at the perfect time and to the perfect platform. Back in the day, using MS-DOS was something for geeks. Running a computer back in those days was a true challenge, an intricate puzzle and a really unforgiving one. So all these factors were perfect for Sierra's adventure games, thus the success and acceptance from the public, aka geeks, from the 80s and early 90s. Characters in early Sierra adventures were controlled entirely using a keyboard or joystick, and most interactions were handled through a text parser. Since the action takes place in real time and doesn't pause when we type, certain games require that we either get better at our keyboard skills or simply by typing the next command before entering a dangerous situation, waiting to trigger it with the enter key at the right time. Given the controls, it's very easy to walk off cliffs or otherwise get ourselves killed in rather awkward and stupid reasons. Their games featured numerous dead ends. Forgetting to grab an item could be disastrous later down the road, even killing the character suddenly, requiring constant saving and reloading. As the name suggests, King's Quest is about a kingdom with wizards, witches, magic spells, and so on. The original PC Junior release was quite simple, but the re-releases were greatly expanded and subtitled Quest for the Crown. As for the Space Quest series, these were centered on the misadventures of clumsy Roger Wilco, always planning to save the galaxy, whilst Police Quest is based on the experiences of real-life Highway Patrol officer Jim Walls, that used to play racquetball with Ken Williams. Jim started to tell his police stories to Ken, and that's how Police Quest came to be. The huge success of Sierra's new games, not only in the United States, but all around the world, would allow the company to expand and hire more staff. Whoever wanted to work for them was immediately hired. And during these initial years, employees didn't even have to bother to go to work at Sierra's remote headquarters in the forests of California. They could do it remotely, from the comfort of their own homes. And as said, it was also imperative to port all Sierra's new classics to other systems like the Tandy 1000, the Apple Macintosh, the Commodore Amiga, the Atari ST, and even the Sega Master System. Yes, the Master System had also a version of the very first King's Quest. Al Lowe, who had been working for Sierra for many years, even writing a couple of years prior a simplified version of the Dark Crystal for a younger audience, was asked by Ken Williams to develop a modern version of Soft Porn Adventure, that, as you recall, it was the company's one and only pure text adventure. So the Leisure Suit Larry series was born, with this first entry named Leisure Suit Larry in the Land of the Launched Lizards, a game that ended up also winning the Software Publishers Association's Best Adventure Game Award in 1987. It was one of the most pirated games that year, simply because it sold more hint books than actual copies of the game. In 1988 came yet another huge improvement to Sierra's game engine, and every time Sierra introduced a new engine with improvements to the graphics, sound and interface, King's Quest was always the title leading the way. Titles like King's Quest IV, Space Quest III and Leisure Suit Larry II would take advantage of this new version of the game engine, not only allowing basic mouse control and offering a pop-up box, but mainly expanding the sound design and graphical quality. Interaction is still handled with the text input, although it pauses the action whenever the player hits the keyboard, and the parser window is hidden until we begin to type, allowing for a larger screen view. And by 1990, entering the VGA era, Sierra adopted the icon-driven mouse input, similar to what Lucasfilm, later renamed to LucasArts, was offering with their SCUM engine, and soon the most successful and first 256-color game from Sierra was released, King's Quest V, which sold more than 500,000 copies, a record that wasn't beaten for years. Backgrounds were now usually paintings that were scanned into a computer, and the characters were often rotoscoped actors. The text-based input was entirely ditched, now using the same 4 icons for walk, look, interact and speak, although some now have additional ones, like smell and taste in the Space Quest series.
The smell down here isn't as bad as you thought.
And the zipper icon in Leisure Suit Larry. Sierra's games were now being released on CD-ROM, offering full and professional voice acting, so it was during this period that Ken Williams started to demand more from his employees. Sierra was, by this time, a creative powerhouse. It was also in the dawn of this new decade that Ken Williams had a vision, which he called the Constant Companion, mostly targeted to seniors. Ken wanted to offer elderlies access to an online network 24 hours a day and 7 days a week, where they could pick, for instance, a bridge game under a user interface that anyone could understand. The Sierra network emerged in 1991, in a time that there was no internet. So Ken Williams needed all the help he could get from the biggest telecommunication companies around to make it happen. US Sprint stepped forward with servers, NEC with free computers to distribute to seniors, etc. Tens of millions of dollars were successfully raised, and quickly the Sierra network expanded beyond elderlies, which resulted in the addition of golf games, casino games, and even flight simulators. It was indeed the dawn of a brand new era, with AT&T and Microsoft battling each other for a partnership with Sierra. Eventually, AT&T won that battle, gaining the right to purchase half of the Sierra network. Soon the other half of the network ended up in the hands of AT&T, with the condition that Sierra could have a proprietary position to build the games that would run on the now renamed Imagination network. This move by Ken Williams made total sense, letting AT&T focus on running the network. That was something that they obviously did well, and Sierra Online continued to focus on building and expanding its games catalog. But the worst happened. AT&T wanted total freedom to do what they wanted to do with the Imagination network. Sierra's games were being rejected by the new owner, and the network was even being recoded to not being compatible with Sierra's proprietary programming language. Ken's worst dreams became reality, and his baby was lost forever. This could have been huge, but the greed and ignorance of AT&T prevented the future to become the present. Also in 1991, Sierra released the first game in the Dr. Brain series, named Castle of Dr. Brain, a hybrid puzzle adventure educational game which saw the release of several sequels in the years that followed. 1993 arrived and saw the birth of yet another critically acclaimed Sierra original series, Gabriel Knight, with Sins of the Fathers being the original debut, followed by The Beast Within 2 years later, and by mid-90s, Sierra Online was already one of the most successful companies creating and publishing games for the PC, valued at over $15 million, and just like Activision in the days of the Atari 2600, Sierra championed its designers as celebrities, sticking their faces on the boxes and in marketing materials. In the meanwhile, Sierra moved its headquarters from the forests of California to Washington, maintaining its original location as an internal development studio and later renamed to Yosemite Entertainment. In the meanwhile, and since late 80s, that Sierra had been publishing games from Japanese developer Game Arts, having also acquired around 1990 Dynamics, an Oregon-based software house specialized in tank and flight simulators like Red Baron, but that also developed 3 adventure games: Rise of the Dragon, Art of China, and The Adventures of Willy Beamish. The Dynamics team was later put to work developing Space Quest V. Another studio purchased by Sierra was French Cocktail Vision. Their main title was the Goblin series, focused on puzzle solving, but they also had their own and unique multimedia projects like Inca and Lost in Time, being their games quite original, but just too weird for most players. Another successful acquisition was Papyrus, that were, during the 90s, the masters in racing simulators for the PC, with notable releases within the IndyCar and NASCAR racing series, and later Grand Prix Legends. Sierra Online really focused on knowing the companies they were buying. Every acquisition was a success, mainly because Sierra wouldn't destroy them after the purchase, like many others would do. Sierra would never mess around with working and winning formulas. They focused on buying creative people, accustomed on doing things they were passionate about. Accounting and manufacturing were the only new things introduced by Sierra in the working flow of the studios they acquired. By then, Sierra Online was composed by 5 separate and largely autonomous development divisions, with each group working separately on product development, but sharing manufacturing, distribution and sales resources, and by June signed an agreement with Pioneer Electric Corporation to create a joint venture that would develop, publish, manufacture and market entertainment software for the Japanese market. From this joint venture, Sierra Venture was created, with Sierra and Pioneer investing over $12 million, immediately manufacturing and shipping over 20 of Sierra's most popular games to Japan, and creating in the process new titles for that particular market. It was a hugely successful year for Sierra. They were leading the market in what PC games were concerned, and once again, Sierra pushed the boundaries in all aspects with the release of the graphically violent and disturbing full-motion video point-and-click game Phantasmagoria. It costed 4 times more than it was supposed to, but where there's controversy, there's huge sales. They went too far with this one, but in 1995 it became the best-selling game of the company, grossing over $12 million and selling 300,000 copies in the first weekend only. Overall, it sold over 1 million copies. The retailer Comp USA, however, refused to stock Phantasmagoria when it was released. The dream would start to come to an end in 1996 after the purchase by CUC International. From 1980 to 1996, Sierra created so many incredible and original titles. Its healthy expansion during that period attracted the big corporations that completely killed all motivation and creativity that Sierra was known for, turning its business into pure greed, with the one and only goal of impressing shareholders. But by selling his company, Ken Williams truly believed that he was safeguarding Sierra's future, both for shareholders and for employees, but he was wrong, and soon watched his firstborn being brought to the ground without having the power to do anything about it. There was no respect for the games and for the people who made them, that were what got Sierra to that respected place in the industry. Entire divisions were closed, 50% of the workforce was laid off, and the remaining team was yanked to Seattle. In an effort to step away from the adventure titles once and for all, they were the only ones who believed and stood by a little game called Half-Life that was being developed by a studio that no one had even heard of at the time: Valve. Around November of 1996, Ken Williams met with the founders of Valve and negotiated Sierra's exclusive rights to publish Half-Life, which Ken himself debuted at E3 in May of the following year. By November of 1997, Ken Williams departed from CUC International, while Roberta remained with Sierra until the release of King's Quest: Mask of Eternity in December of 1998. Between all that, major acquisitions and fusions were being made. By December of 1997, CUC merged with HFS Incorporated, and the two companies jointly formed the Ascendant Corporation with more than 40,000 employees and operations in over 100 countries, which led, in March of 1998, to the exposure of one of the largest cases of accounting fraud ever recorded in the United States. This would lead to another wave of layoffs and of reputed executives being sent to jail, whilst stock values fell abruptly. Still on November 19, 1998, Sierra published Half-Life for the PC, known today as one of the greatest games of all time, and in the following day, the 20th, Ascendant Corporation announced the sale of Sierra to a French company called Havas, who then sold it to Vivendi soon after. By this time, there was practically no one left from the original creative teams behind those beloved franchises. Then the new Sierra tried to revive those series with new sequels, but these turned out to be really embarrassing projects. By this time, the industry was already full steam onto video game consoles and 3D gaming, and as hard as it could be to accept, the golden age of adventure games was definitely over. So in the 22nd of February of 1999, the founding studios in the forests of California were closed on a day forever remembered as Chainsaw Monday. Among the hundreds of people that lost their jobs, designers Al Lowe and Scott Murphy were also laid off, and at the time, Leisure Suit Larry 8 and Space Quest 7 were in their early stages of development.
He's got something else planned for me?
After 1999, Sierra almost entirely ceased to be a developer, and as time went on, instead became a publisher of games by independent developers. Times that followed saw more layoffs and closures, with Sierra Online being also renamed to Sierra Entertainment. Dynamics was shut down in August of 2001, and Impressions Games and the Papyrus Design Group were both closed in the spring of 2004. It all collapsed with the final shutdown of all operations on the Washington offices in Bellevue. As a company, Sierra was disestablished on August 24, 2004, but the business continued to operate as a division of Vivendi Games, and that is a whole new story. Ken Williams' departure marked the beginning of the end. Sierra Online was modeled in his image. It was ran with passion and chaos at the same time, but above all, he believed in the people who worked for the company, even when money was running low.
As I look back, I see now that we were not particularly brilliant or creative. We were just kids making games and having fun in a time when the home computer industry was exploding.
Sierra Online left a huge mark mainly on PC gaming history, despite some controversial content here and there. Their games may look quite dated nowadays, but they can still bring back some fond memories from those golden years in gaming history for many gamers like myself. It's still a mystery how a programmer with little interest in designing games and a self-declared storyteller with little interest in computers managed to produce Mystery House together, and we all have to be grateful to that small advent file. It inspired people that offered us so many incredible and memorable adventures that are so deeply carved in the memory of those who experienced and lived through the golden era of adventure games.
Our games look pretty bad by today's standards, but viewed from a historical perspective, they were really great. We understood how to entertain and surprise the player.
Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers! TIMEX arrives in Portugal around 1971, following the same strategy adopted by many other companies to settle where labor was cheap and where the political and economic stability conditions were gathered. In Europe, TIMEX owned factories not only in Portugal, but also in Scotland, in France and in Germany. Specifically in Portugal, and more precisely in Charneca de Caparica, was the working force of more than 2,000 employees hired to work daily in the manufacture of mechanical watches with cutting-edge technology, and where was established the most advanced workshop in Europe that developed machinery for the creation of precision tools that would also be sent to the other European TIMEX factories for the production of the brand's aforementioned mechanical watches that would be subsequently exported and sold to the entire world. April of 1974 came to disrupt the whole political and economic stability. The Coronation Revolution, as it became known, gave people the right to claim for better working conditions, including wage increases, which led to the reduction of the manufacturing activity to ridiculous numbers until the end of the decade. From the more than 2,000 workers that TIMEX Portugal employed till then, only over 30 remained. And it was also after the 25th of April of 1974 that the company, until then managed exclusively by Americans and British, was constituted only by a Portuguese board of directors, and when António Gomes was appointed CEO. Anyway, in the final phase of the decade, TIMEX watches were no longer assembled piece by piece, as when the company settled in Portugal in 71. Just needed a final assembly and packaging before being sent to stores. With the arrival of the new decade, there was also a huge turning point in technology innovation, and that's when the mechanical watch began to be quickly replaced by electronic models. TIMEX, being a company traditionally linked to the mechanical watch, had to adapt to the new reality, changing all manufacture and assembly to the east, in particular to Thailand and the Philippines, from where came this all new reality and innovation, and where, of course, was now the new so-called cheap labor. However, in England, the microcomputer revolution was about to burst. Clive Sinclair, inventor who in 1972 offered the world its first pocket calculator, was looking for someone who could help him mass assembly his latest invention, and in which he was truly confident. The ZX81, a microcomputer with only 1K of memory and the successor of the ZX80. This partnership between Sinclair Research and TIMEX Corporation arose after the difficulties that Sinclair had to satisfy all requests and orders that the ZX80 was target, that led to waiting lists of several months, simply because it was the cheapest and accessible microcomputer that the market had ever seen. So, taking advantage of the euphoria of the consumer around microcomputers and the decreasing demand for wristwatches, TIMEX accepts to venture in areas that were not very familiar to them, as was the case in the pharmaceutical area, which later turned out to be a disaster, but it would provide the diversification of their own offer, as well as keep the jobs of all the employees from the TIMEX complex in Dundee, composed of 8 factories that was the major employer of that area of Scotland. The company had all the human and technical capacity, large-scale distribution not only in the United States but also throughout Europe, revealing itself as the closest ally of Clive Sinclair. In the meanwhile, to stay in business, TIMEX Portugal was being subcontracted by large companies such as Control Data and IBM for high-precision work, as was the case in the manufacture of printed circuit boards and later read ads for hard drives, not only by having a whole assembly and packaging infrastructure previously installed, but also for having adequate facilities for that purpose, where the dust and unwanted particles wouldn't penetrate during the more meticulous steps. In addition to the subcontracting of services by IBM and Control Data, TIMEX Portugal continued to provide after-sales service to the business of wristwatches and circa 1981 employed approximately 80 people at a time when the Scottish factory was already manufacturing the Sinclair ZX81 in large scale. TIMEX American headquarters watches closely all this boom of low-cost microcomputers that was taking place in Europe, and influenced also by the technological advances that their neighbors in Silicon Valley showed, eventually embarked on this adventure to bring to the United States the Sinclair ZX81, in this particular case the TIMEX Sinclair 1000, where the only differences were in the alteration of its own designation, an NTSC signal modulator for the American market, and increasing its memory from 1K to 2K. In the heart of TIMEX Corporation, a healthy competition was held. Where should this alternative model be manufactured? In Scotland or in Portugal? As was written in history books, the Portuguese factory eventually won this battle, thanks to the effort and dedication of António Gomes, as told, CEO of TIMEX Portugal since the 25th of April of 1974. Then the big challenge would be to produce 500 TS1000 models per day. The enthusiasm and commitment within the Portuguese TIMEX organization was such that at the end of the first half of 1983, the company had already employed around 1,000 workers, and daily near 2,000 computers were manufactured, all intended for the American market, along with the 16K memory modules known as RAM packs. Anticipating sales for Christmas of '83, a peak of production of 10,000 machines per day was recorded. However, in the United States, Commodore was adopting an aggressive pricing policy, offering huge coupon discounts to whoever returned a used computer or console in exchange for the purchase of one of their more recent machines. Already at that time, the American market was protecting the consumer, who had the right to complain and return the product if it wasn't of their liking. Thus, the TS1000 was returned to stores for several reasons: memory problems, overheating, the programs on tape would not load at the first try, the keyboard was not designed for the hands of the Americans, that on average are bigger than those of Europeans, among many other situations. Thus, it was imperative to find solutions at a hardware level that could correct or mitigate these problems. In the meanwhile, in Europe, many of these issues were also reported, but unlike in the United States, do-it-yourself magazines were sold that proposed and solved many of these issues, teaching and entertaining the end user that would put their own hands to work trying to rectify those problems in the comfort of their homes. I must highlight that by then in Europe, the end user or consumer had virtually no rights after the purchase. The solution for the American TS1000 went through a new project, the TS1500. This would be based on the ZX Spectrum, which in the meanwhile had already begun to be manufactured in Scotland. Offered 16K of memory within an identical ZX Spectrum case, but now in silver, and that also housed various fixes implemented by American and Portuguese TIMEX technicians. Despite all these corrections and innovations, the computers continue to depend on the loading of programs and games via tape. So TIMEX partnered with Sampo to manufacture a cassette player and recorder known as TS2020 that would be sold alongside with the TS1500, trying to eliminate those annoying software loading problems. This set was also marketed in the form of an educational pack, oriented specifically to teachers, in a carrying case, along with an extensive collection of literature and programs on tape. Even so, the American market was still not convinced, what led to TIMEX Corporation in the United States to grab the project themselves, developing and designing a new machine, which was baptized as TS2068 and arriving to stores in November of 1983. Had 72K of memory, bigger and more entertainment oriented, with a cartridge slot instead of the traditional tape player and recorder. At the same time, mostly for the Portuguese and Polish markets and fully developed in Portugal, the TC2048 project emerged. This was the direct rival of the extremely popular ZX Spectrum, which was also sold in the country by this time, and based on the TS2068, created exclusively for the United States. I must also highlight that all development around the TC2048 contemplated the manufacture and supply by several Portuguese companies, not only for the integrated circuits, but also for the molds for the cases, for the membranes, and for the metallic insulating paints. But the biggest problem remained. The loading of programs and games continued to be carried out using the temperamental tapes. So TIMEX Portugal started the development of a floppy disk interface and operating system, the TOS. This new equipment was named TIMEX FDD and presented in 3 separate boxes: the power supply, the controller and the floppy drive, leading to many of its users to name it as FDD3, a fairly advanced system in relation to the micro drives that by that time had already been presented in the UK by Clive Sinclair as a solution for the replacement of the traditional tapes. The micro drives were also tapes, but in a micro format, and by the way, still very unpredictable. TIMEX Portugal had thus developed a more advanced, fast and safe form of reading software, innovating and leading the project further with the creation, in partnership with the INESC, a second version of their floppy drive unit. The new model, named FDD 3000, was now confined to a single box where, in addition to the controller and power supply, were available not 1, but 2 floppy drives. Was nothing more than another computer with a Z80 processor running at 4 MHz connected to the TC2048, expanding the processing power and memory since it offered 64K of RAM and the already mentioned 3-inch floppy drives. In Portugal there were also those who dedicated themselves to create programs and games for these machines, in universities and in the comfort of their own bedrooms, not as evident as in England or in Spain. Some classics emerged, such as Paradise Café or Alien Evolution, the latter quite cherished by the English press. Others failed to succeed, just like City Connection of Manuel Lemos, Ricardo Pinho and Paulo Gordinho, based on the popular arcade machine, and that unfortunately failed to attract the attention of publishers like Ocean Software. The little media exposure they got was in the TV show Ponto por Ponto, hosted by Raul Durão, that weekly included a small 5-minute section related to computer games led by Paulo Dimas.
Até que ponto é que vocês, na certa altura, não entraram em discussão?
Íamos ver a máquina para combinar os pormenores.
In mid-80s, the supremacy of the IBM PCs and compatibles, as well as the 16-bit computers from Commodore and Atari, was such that TIMEX and Sinclair microcomputers could not keep up in any way. And of course, by the end of the decade, the video games related market was also and already flooded by Sega and Nintendo products. Rumor has it that around 1991, at the time of Margaret Thatcher's visit to Portugal, she convinced the then Prime Minister Cavaco Silva to move the whole operation of TIMEX Portugal to Scotland. The factory was already in a hold since 1989, and all the Portuguese know-how and technology were eventually offered to the Scottish manufacturing complex of Dundee, so that jobs could be kept. The remaining stock of the TC2068 model was sold to Argentina. In relation to the employees of TIMEX Portugal, needless to say that they all ended up without their jobs. Not being a Portuguese brand, TIMEX was responsible for the awakening of interest for computers in that country, because it introduced on the market low-priced personal computers that around 1985 attained an internal volume of more than 150,000 units, one of the highest penetration rates per family in Europe. A whole new Portuguese industry was generated thanks to TIMEX, which contributed greatly to the creation of a national culture and adherence to a brand new technological world that continues to unite an entire generation that since then follows the evolution of this amazing world, because, believe it or not, video games were the biggest drivers of the tremendous sales success of the ZX Spectrum and the TIMEX Computer 2048 in Portugal.
You probably have already heard all about the demo scene from the Atari ST and Amiga days, but what you probably didn't know is that from those groups rose a software developer known by the name of Thalion Software. Thalion was born in 1988 in this little town of Gütersloh in Germany, and the main goal was to gather all the coding masters from the demo scene and create games for the popular 16-bit home computers of the time, the Atari ST, the Amiga and even the PC. But what is this demo scene thing after all? The demo scene is simply a form of computer art that was used to show off coding, musical and artistic skills. These demos pushed boundaries and almost went beyond the limitations of the machines for which they were made. This sort of hobby dates back as far as late 70s and also spawned piracy as we knew it back in late 80s with their famous crack throws. These intros and demos then evolved into this form of computer art. So, Thalion Software was composed of members from the best European demo scene groups. The exceptions, also known as TAX, TNT Crew, Quartermass Experiment, The Lost Boys, The Care Bears, Gigabyte Crew, etc. These groups were known for pushing the Amiga and Atari ST to do things no one thought it was possible. And having all these awesome coders and musicians working together was a dream come true to every 16-bit home computer enthusiast. Their first step was to gather some money to be able to publish their own games, so they sold the company to Ariola Soft that quickly signed a deal with Grand Slam Entertainment to be able to penetrate the highly lucrative UK market. Thalion's first game was a RPG by the name of Dragonflight, but it suffered a series of delays and was consequently left aside and replaced by Chambers of Shaolin, highly inspired by Karateka. It was released in 1989 for the Amiga, Atari ST, PC and even the Commodore 64. A kind of unique feature was that we had to train our martial artist before he could face the real world, and the superb soundtrack, well, just listen to it. It was 4 years later also released for the Amiga CD32. It was a pretty good start for Thalion's first venture into video game development, so things would get even better. The very peak of creativity for video game development on 16-bit home computers was reached in late 80s, and Thalion had all the skills needed to triumph. In 1990, Thalion released their first year compilation for the Atari ST and Amiga, which included a Thalion t-shirt along with 4 games. Then in 1991, the very first ever officially licensed flight simulator, a 320 Airbus. A year after, in 1992, the Amber trilogy was set in motion, with Amber Star being the first title to be released for the Amiga, ST and PC. An adventure RPG with an amazing storyline that revealed as a huge success, being praised all over the press. It was followed by Amber Moon that saw its Atari ST and PC versions cancelled. So, this Amiga exclusive game had elements that simply reminded me of Eye of the Beholder and Wolfenstein 3D, being also well received by the press. However, the trilogy was interrupted in this second title. The third game ended up being cancelled, with Thalion shutting down all operations by 1994 due to lack of money. Still, in 1992, no second prize blew everyone away, being Thalion's very last Atari ST title, and it still is very impressive today. The later games were of an even incredible quality, and Lion Art is my favorite Thalion video game and featured in PixelThing's episode 52 about my top 26 Amiga games that I invite you all to watch. Besides the state-of-the-art music and graphics, Lionheart features differently generated environments depending on the difficulty setting chosen by the player in the beginning of the game. Thalion's attention to detail with beautiful graphics, astonishing music and overwhelming storytelling was due to the team's true passion for video games. After Thalion's demise, other companies were created, and many of their members are still working in the video game industry, like Tim Moss, who went on working for Sony as lead programmer for the God of War franchise, and Henk Nieborg, that was hired by Psygnosis and worked for instance on Lomax, besides a lot others. As for Jochen Ippel, one of the greatest musicians of the 16-bit era, he simply stopped composing music, so his work acquired a huge cult following and will certainly live on. By the way, he was a true pioneer and known as a composer who released the first ever studio recorded album of video game music. So guys, hope you've enjoyed this episode, and if you did, like, share and subscribe to the PixelThing.
Brothers Ruiz Tejedor started this adventure initially as a team of programmers, making their own amateur little games back in early 80s. Their first contact was with a Sinclair ZX81, and the original name of their newborn company was NCM. In the company's first months, the three brothers would do all the coding, get tapes ready for recording that they would do also by themselves, printed the manuals and inlays for the cassette plastic cases, and even designed the ads for publishing in magazines and newspapers. The one you're seeing here was the very first Dynamics advert published in Spanish ZX magazine. By April the 25th, but only in the 8th of May, arrived the first mail order. Dynamic was in business. So their first title and first duplicated cassette was released after that order of May 8th of 1984, and was a text adventure by the name of Yength, La Fuente de la Juventud, the fountain of youth, for the ZX Spectrum, followed by a powerful graphic design program. Artists also advertised in specialized Spanish press during Dynamic's first year. Their first commercial success would come right in 1984 with the release of Saima Zoom, the first game of a highly successful trilogy, with Johnny Jones as the main character, slightly inspired by Indiana Jones. A sequel followed, Babaliba, a technically and visually impressive and superior title. Still in 1984, Map Snatch grabbed players addicted to Risk, the board game, with its high level of complexity and difficulty that had to be reduced just before launch to make it accessible to casual players. Video Olympic came right after, being the first Spanish sports simulation that came about by the team's addictiveness to Konami's track and field and hypersports coin-op games, becoming Dynamic's first big success, both in Spain and in the UK, here with a subtle name translation and distributed by Mastertronic. So by 1985, Gremlin Graphics also began to take notice of the high quality of Dynamics products and signed a deal to publish in the UK the brand new Abu Simbel Profanation, in the works for half a year, and the third chapter and sequel to Baba Liba, and was the first game from Dynamic to have a double-page advert on magazines. This year also saw the release of a 3D boxing simulation by the name of Rocky, that was also published in the United Kingdom by Gremlin Graphics. Meanwhile, Rocky was renamed to Rocco, due to obvious reasons. These two covers, drawn by Spanish illustrator Alfonso Azpiri, started this healthy competition between publishers. The cover and advert for Abu Simbel Profanation was probably what placed Dynamic on the map. And by then, in a time where our own imagination played a major role when playing video games for 8-bit home computers, covers drawn by renowned artists would really embellish all those pixels and make us fly and incarnate the hero portrayed in the front of that little plastic case. Arcade coin-op games were always a huge source of inspiration for video game developers, and Bank Panic by Sega was responsible for the development of West Bank, an arcade shoot-'em-up that would also be published in the UK by Gremlin Graphics. 1985 was also the year for Ole Toro, that simulated that well-known Spanish tradition of bullfighting that was not very well received by the English press and gamers, but applauded in Spain along with a futuristic Sgrizam set in the 25th century, and in where we have to rescue Princess Daxofin that has been kidnapped by warriors from the planet Kindos. And don't forget the treasure! This setting of princesses in distress would soon be used by all other software houses. Besides development of groundbreaking video games, Dynamic was always in search of improvement for their own programming techniques, so they developed a complete and sophisticated high-speed routine that could reduce the loading process to about half the time. 1986 was one of the greatest for Dynamic, that saw the overwhelming success of Camelot Warriors, both in Spain and in the UK. Probably because of its astonishing cover by, again, Alfonso Azpiri, and the clever advertising campaign that grabbed the readers of specialized magazines. It was the very first time that Dynamic would publish a video game to all four most popular 8-bit home computers: ZX Spectrum, Amstrad CPC, MSX and Commodore 64. The game also introduced a primitive DRM system that was violated in a matter of days, but originated a significant growth in Dynamic's revenue. By then, anti-piracy protection systems were becoming more and more imperative due to the exponential growth of piracy for these home computers that relied on audio cassettes to store software and video games. Dustin was another groundbreaking video game with sprites and graphics in this sort of 3D environment. It tells the story of a burglar, and the ZX Spectrum was the only version published in the United Kingdom, but in a different fashion, in a Your Sinclair cover tape. Still in 1986, Fantomas 1 and 2 were also huge hits and distributed in the UK by Codemasters. Both tell the story of a weird creature from a distant future that in the first game has to rob the mansion of a millionaire by the name of Goldster in a galaxy far, far away. In Fantomas 2, or Vampire as it was known in the United Kingdom, our character has to infiltrate Dracula's castle that still haunts our nightmares in the year 2987. Our simple goal is to destroy the vampire. In the British version, Fantomas was dropped and replaced by a different character. Both games would reach the top of English charts, and Vampire would even be the #1 choice for players. Then came No Named, programmed by Ignacio Abril, brother of Carlos Abril, in their own bedroom. Ignacio grabbed the necessary guts to go to Dynamic's headquarters to demo his game. It was inspired by the Dungeons & Dragons fantasy series and features another astonishing creation by Aspiri in its cover. His brother Carlos went along with him also to show his own creation. We'll get back to this subject in a minute. Cobra's Ark was also released in this time period, and exclusively in Spain, being the first Spanish graphic adventure with icons on screen, in where we have to unveil the secret buried in the Snake Temple. So Dynamic's releases would continue to appear, such as this Spanish exclusive title and another graphic text adventure, Archimedes 21, set in the year 2492, and in where we have to destroy the Archimedes 21 base that is creating biologic memories for its deadly android army. In early 1987, by March to be more precise, a huge anti-piracy battle was underway that united practically all developers and publishers in Spain. The 875 campaign was a huge success and practically eradicated piracy in Spain and its neighbor countries. In places like the Rastro de Madrid, pirated software was practically a thing from the past, but even so, players would always make a copy of the latest and greatest hit to his friend or neighbor. Adverts with the 875 campaign would continue to pop out, with titles that were already in development and that would be released at that amazing price. Except for disc-based games. Soon after, the Moves trilogy was set in motion with Army Moves, with huge inspiration on Irem's arcade game Moon Patrol. It was by this time that Ocean Software agreed on releasing a bunch of Dynamic's products in the UK, starting with this one. And that's when more space was needed at the Tower of Madrid to house more programmers and marketing staff. 1987 saw also the release of their first attempt at a basketball video game with Fernando Martin Basket Master that started their tradition of hiring famous sportsmen to lend their names to a video game. After witnessing the huge commercial success of this title, the other Spanish companies would obviously imitate this move. It ended up selling over 90,000 units in Spain, winning also the Game of the Year award. Fernando Martin was the first Spaniard to play in the NBA, and after all the commercial success that the ZX Spectrum version of the game demonstrated in Spain, was ported by Imagine Software to the Commodore 64 and other platforms. As we've witnessed, Dynamic released a ton of different titles, from which I must highlight also Don Quixote, based in the book by Cervantes, released in 1987, the most commercially successful Spanish text adventure ever released, and from all that triumph, the trademark Aventuras Dynamic was born entirely dedicated to text adventures. Meanwhile, Dynamic's text adventures were starting to show a lack of creativity, so they decided to sell their adventures division to Andrés Zamudio under the condition that his future titles would continue to be distributed by Dynamic. 1987 also saw the birth of one of the most controversial titles from the 80s, not for its violent gameplay, but for its innocent cover. Game Over included this sexy princess by the name of Gremla that was showing a little more than British people would allow by then. Imagine Software, that published the game in the UK, had to move quickly to reduce that negative feedback that Game Over's cover was causing. So Dynamic's logo was placed on top of the breasts of this gorgeous princess, and even in some inlays a screenshot. Later, Oliver Frey from Crash Magazine would grab the original artwork by Luis Royo and redraw a new core set, but it was too late. Your Sinclair magazine already offered a poster with Princess Gremla in all her glory that was already in the wall of every bedroom all over the UK and Europe. All that controversy ended up with Game Over winning awards for Best Advert and Best Cover of the Year by readers of Crash Magazine and being #1 for 12 weeks. Check my episode dedicated exclusively to the Game Over controversy. Still in 1987, Freddy Artist, the Galactic Playboy created by Enrique Ventura, was another successful title that 2 years later would receive a sequel and another commercial success, becoming Dinamic's most famous video game character till then. Right after came the first text adventure under the Aventuras AD label, Megacorp. Exclusive to Spanish market, it was a commercial success and with another amazing cover drawn by Alfonso Aspiri. Fantasy or Game Over 2, as it was known in the UK, was rapidly published in this same year, taking advantage of all the success that the controversy of its older brother caused in the United Kingdom. It also had a sexy girl in its cover, compliments of, again, Alfonso Aspiri, with distinct artwork and gameplay differences from the Spanish and English markets. Fantasy was like a gift from the gods. It was written by the young Carlos Abril in his own bedroom that went along with his brother Ignacio and presented also his own game to Dinamic in the most perfect timing. And by the time the 1988 PC show came about, Dinamic's posters were the show's most sought after, along with the ones from Anko's Strip Poker 2. By then, Ocean's contract with Dinamic had already expired, so Dinamic was now in the hands of Electronic Arts that would distribute their games all over Europe, obviously excluding Spain and also Portugal and Italy. Game Over 2 was the very first game totally developed in Spain, both for national distribution and also for the outside market, ditching the traditional licensing system in use since the early days. So 1988 started with two brand new characters, Undra and Turbo Girl. In Undra, we must go and rescue the king of the Northern Vikings, that is just the father of the main character, and in Turbo Girl, we play as a lieutenant from a special galactic task force. She looks a really nice girl, I'll promote her to captain in just a bit. Then a roller coaster of new titles came for the delight of players. La Guerra de las Vajillas, a graphic text adventure highly inspired by Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope, with a comical twist. Capitan Sevilla, known as Captain S in the UK, that tells the story of yet another superhero from Dinamic that gets his powers by hitting radioactive sausages. Los Pájaros de Bangkok, another graphic text adventure that brought the famous Spanish detective Pepe Carvalho to home computers of the time, a character created by writer Manuel Vázquez Montalbán. Meganova, subtitled in the UK as The Weapon, lets the player embark on a journey through space against the evil Drowar Empire. Then Dinamic partnered with a hardware developer, MHT Engineers SL, to manufacture the Gunstick, compatible not only with the 8-bit home computers of the time, but also with the PC, and was even exported to France and distributed by Ubisoft. So for that exclusive controller, two games were developed by Dinamic to take advantage of it. Target Plus, a basic aiming and shooting type of game, and Mike Gunner, a kind of shoot-on-rails game. Then came Dinamic's so-called Super Games that separated the developer/publisher from the rest of the other Spanish software companies. So along came Aspar GP Master that gathered a team of experts in programming and a huge media coverage following Dinamic's philosophy of releasing 5 or 6 sports simulation games per year and turned them into #1 hits. The follow-up to the highly successful Army Moves was finally released in 1988, entitled Navy Moves, being another huge commercial success and receiving the award for Game of the Year. It was converted to 7 different platforms: the ZX Spectrum, Amstrad CPC, MSX, Commodore 64, Amiga, Atari ST and MS-DOS. It was another astounding achievement from Brothers Avril that, together and without a salary, made the base program for Navy moves at home, firstly for the CPC, followed by the Spectrum and ST. Soon after came the MSX and Amiga versions, and they only started receiving royalties after the release of the game and for every copy that was being sold. 1989 came along, and with it, Commando Tracer, The Last Commando in the UK, a galactic arcade shoot-'em-up, and Rescate Atlantida, or Rescue from Atlantis, another arcade shoot-'em-up set in the bottom of the ocean that featured a groundbreaking loading routine known as polyload that would allow the user to play a simple mastermind game whilst the game was still loading. If a loading error occurred during this time, we simply had to rewind the tape a bit, press play, and the loading would resume right from the spot where the error occurred. Brilliant! Then was the time for Bestial Warrior, exclusive for Spanish players and with two distinct versions, normal and with support for the gun stick. By 1989, Dinamic's first attempt at a soccer game with Michel Football Master and Super Skills on the B-side of the tape was again filled with success, following their tradition of sports games with renowned Spanish sportsmen in their titles. By this time, Dinamic was already composed by 17 in-house programmers, with more than 50 computers to work with, and a huge number of freelance teams all over Spain. In late 1989, after the war was released and not the success Dinamic was hoping, achieving average scores in British magazines. It was criticized for being extremely difficult. If it wasn't for that little detail, it would have certainly grabbed higher scores. The project was halted for quite some time, and when the game was finally finished, the cover drawn by Alfonso Aspiri wasn't used in the final product, cause by then, the bond that united Dinamic and Aspiri was already broken. Aspiri partnered with Topo to develop a video game based in the illustrator's most famous fantasy character, Lorna. This project was in fact in Dinamic's hands but never saw the light of day, so Aspiri took off and handed the project over to Erbe and Topo. For the final product, Dinamic would convince Luis Royo to create the cover for After the War. After the War was also planned to be released for arcades, and there was even a prototype developed by Dinamic and Inder, by then leader of the arcade business in Spain. It was demoed for the press along with two other brand new games from Dinamic, Hammer Boy and Mega Phoenix. Initially, 1000 PCB boards of each were made and scattered throughout Spain, but unfortunately the feedback and results were really poor, so the project was eventually cancelled. The ROMs and PCBs for After the War and Hammer Boy are missing. The only ROM that was retrieved and available for MAME is from Mega Phoenix. In Spain, Dinamic Software developed and published their games, and the ones from Aventuras AD, and its biggest rival in the distribution area was Erbe Software, which also housed their own software development team, Topo. Feel free to check my episode dedicated to this other monster of Spanish software. So by the end of the decade, and with the advent of 16-bit systems, the golden era of Spanish software started to fade out. Risky Woods, co-developed by Zeus Software, would be their last video game, published by Electronic Arts in 1992 for Amiga, Atari ST, MS-DOS and the Mega Drive Genesis. By then, Dinamic was already embracing a huge economic crisis that would consequently lead to its bankruptcy. A year later, brothers Ruiz, along with José Ignacio Gómez Centurión and Carlos Abril, would create another company, Dinamic Multimedia, that would be around till September of 2001, with PC Football, a soccer management simulation game, being their most successful title, with annual installments during a whole decade. The Moves trilogy was intended to have their third installment in 1991 for the Atari ST. Arctic Moves was not released by Dinamic due to its bankruptcy, but ended up being redesigned for PC and published in 1995 by Dinamic Multimedia. The golden era of Spanish software ended, but those were amazing years of discovery of exceptional high-quality software and of astonishing and overwhelming hand-drawn and pixel art that would make our mind travel through all those alternative realities in such a wonderful manner. Hope you've enjoyed this episode, and if you did, comment, like, share and subscribe to itsaPIXELthing. After licensing the rights of Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back to Parker Brothers, George Lucas was excited to expand into other areas of entertainment, and video games was the obvious choice. So in the spring of 1982, Atari offered $1 million to Lucasfilm to create their own games group, grabbing also the rights for developing games based on the Star Wars movie franchise, which would last till early 90s. Therefore, by May 1st of 1982, George Lucas founded LucasFilm Games, next door with special effects division Industrial Light and Magic, as part of his own Lucasfilm movie company. Peter Langston was seen as a Unix guru inside the computer division at Lucasfilm, and was the obvious choice to add the brand new games division. The entire division was more into technology than video games, and their work on the entertaining aspects of technology was seen as research and development. The first year saw a straight collaboration with Atari, from where came in 1984 Ball Blazer and Rescue on Fractalus. Sadly, beta versions of these games ended up leaking to pirate hands and circulated for months before the original release date, having a huge impact on sales. This slight hiccup affected the commercial relations between Lucasfilm and Atari, shaking the publishing agreement between both companies. By that time, Atari was also going through a profound crisis that dragged the US video game industry into the abyss, mainly because of the infamous $25 million investment in the rights to E.T. Home cartridge systems and cartridge games were in the bargain bin, so for Atari, there was any compelling reason to publish these games. The computer game industry was caught in the confusion of the cartridge crash, but even so, the major disc-based software publishers managed to survive. Credited as Lucasfilm's first title, Ball Blazer featured a musical score which reacted to the visual action on screen, an algorithmically generated technique designed by Peter Langston that was such a huge leap forward in technology, leaving all the surviving video game industry speechless. As for Rescue on Fractalus, it was highly inspired by the Star Wars movies, with the use of 3D fractal techniques, from where the name comes from, and had the power to frighten players way before the horror genre was a normal thing in the video game industry. There was no fire button in the original version of the game, but when George Lucas came down to Lucasfilm Games' office, the first thing he asked for was a fire button. And the aliens jumping to our craft's windshield was also George's idea. George Lucas didn't have much interest in video games and barely showed up at the Skywalker Ranch. But when he did, he would transmit confidence to the teams behind Lucasfilm titles, giving just the necessary feedback. 1985 saw the release of another science fiction title, Coroni's Rift, followed by the Eidolon, a first-person fantasy RPG that also introduced scaling and depth to the environments. Then came the time for Habitat, inspired by Werner Vinge's novel True Names, that somewhat started the MMORPG genre back in 1986 with a beta test using the Quantum Link online service for the Commodore 64 available in the US and Canada, later rebranded to America Online. 1986 was also the year for Lucasfilm's first venture into the simulation video games. PHM Pegasus was a ship simulator that went on to selling more than 100,000 copies, and soon followed by Strike Fleet in 1987 with a more strategic style of approach. But still, prior to this last one came in 1986 Lucasfilm's first adventure game and first licensed title, Labyrinth, based on Jim Henson's movie of the same name and starred by David Bowie. It had this mixed text and graphical style of gameplay that separated the real-world initial setting from the colorful fantasy adventure that eagerly awaited the player. Until 1987, Lucasfilm developed their games, and the distribution was, as told, in the hands of Atari, in this particular case for their own systems. Activision, Epix and Electronic Arts were also Lucasfilm's publishing partners for the home computer versions. So by October of 1987 came Maniac Mansion, Lucasfilm's first venture into the lucrative and growing business of video game publishing, and the title that gave Lucasfilm Games that extra boost of popularity, placing them on the map. Ron Gilbert's laziness was what originated the SCUM interface, firstly introduced in Maniac Mansion. It had this revolutionary ability to switch between characters so that we could solve various types of puzzles. Maniac Mansion was a commercial success and was soon followed by another great graphic adventure, Zack McCracken's and the Alien Mindbenders in late 1988, with an upgraded SCUM interface and also introducing Steve Purcell as the responsible for its cover art and for future Lucasfilm and LucasArts releases. Still in 1988, the first Lucasfilm flight simulator was made available, Battlehawks 1942, set in the Pacific region, and the first of a trilogy of World War II flight simulators that would have a sequel a year later by the name Their Finest Hour, centered around the Battle of Britain and featuring a bunch of unique characteristics that really set the game apart from all other available by then. Lucasfilm Games had found its own way into the industry with the point-and-click graphic adventure genre that was revealing so popular by the end of the 80s that it was perfectly obvious that the man in the hat would also jump on board that carriage. The movie Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade was a huge commercial success, and to be able to embrace all video game systems available by then, an action game was developed alongside the graphic adventure. A curious fact was that Indy could not look exactly like Harrison Ford, cause the creative team, composed by Ron Gilbert, David Fox, Steve Purcell and Noah Falstein, didn't have the rights to the actor's image. The graphic adventure of The Last Crusade ended up being the first Lucasfilm title to sell more than 250,000 units, and also had an FM Towns Japanese release on CD that included an exclusive CD-quality soundtrack. As you know, the FM Towns was one of the first computers to use a CD-ROM drive. A single-speed CD-ROM drive. Yeah. Pipe Mania was also released in this time period. It was initially developed by the assembly line for the Amiga and a year later ported by LucasFilm Games to a bunch other systems, being also renamed to Pipe Dream. It's a brilliant and addictive puzzle game in where we simply have to connect a certain number of pipe pieces for that the liquid passes through without spilling out. 1990 came along with Loom, another point-and-click graphic adventure with a unique musical interface that was even advertised on yet another Lucasfilm graphic adventure. In fact, one of the most fondly remembered and hilarious titles from Lucasfilm Games, The Secret of Monkey Island. I invite you all to check my video that celebrates the 25 years of The Secret of Monkey Island, packed with interesting facts that surround its development. Along with The Secret of Monkey Island came an action game by the name of Night Shift, in where we play the role of a worker in a factory owned by industrial Might and Logic. Yeah, that's right, Might and Logic. And we must ensure that the factory is working properly. It was also in 1990 that a reorganization of the Lucas companies took place, and thus Lucasfilm Games became part of the LucasArts Entertainment Company, along with Industrial Light and Magic and Skywalker Sound. Later, Industrial Light and Magic would merge with Skywalker Sound into Lucas Digital Limited, and LucasArts, the official and final name of the games division. They moved to newer and bigger facilities and also started publishing their own gaming magazine, The Adventurer, that would feature announcements of their upcoming titles and interviews with the developers, and would be around till 1996. 1991 came along, and with it, the third of Lucasfilm Games' Flight Simulator series, only available for DOS machines. Secret Weapons of the Luftwaffe, more focused on action than on simulation, that depicts the more advanced German aircraft technology against the Allied obsolete fleet during World War II. Also in 1991, and for the first time, the license to develop video games based on the Star Wars movie franchise was finally in the hands of its rightful owner. So, based on the first two movies of the Star Wars franchise, came two titles for Sega and Nintendo 8-bit systems, Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back. This last one was exclusive to the NES and the Game Boy. If it wasn't for a license for development of video games based in the Star Wars universe being in the hands of Atari during the 80s, we would probably never see amazing, original and groundbreaking titles like Ballblazer, Rescue on Fractalus, Labyrinth, Maniac Mansion, Zack McCracken, The Secret of Monkey Island, etc. The sequel to the successful Monkey Island would arrive in late 1991 with LeChuck's Revenge, one of the first titles with the brand new LucasArts logo stamped on the cover. This second adventure takes Guybrush on a quest to find a mysterious treasure, and it featured an easy mode for beginners and for magazine reviewers, as stated by the developers on the back of the box. LeChuck's Revenge also introduced the iMuse interactive music system, developed by Michael Land and Peter McConnell, that simply synchronizes music with the visual action on screen, and it made all the difference. This system was patented by LucasArts and used in all their adventure games since. The sequel to Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade arrived in June of 1992. The Fate of Atlantis is, as told on my video about my personal top 10, my favorite point-and-click graphic adventure of all time. It is what every indie fan wanted. The perfect adventure that really should be turned into a full-length feature film. The game's multipath approach inspired players to replay it over and over, The beautiful locations, the interesting characters, the music and voice acting, the well thought out puzzles, all these ingredients were very well mixed up and offered an overwhelming plot that grabbed the player right from the beginning. Just like The Last Crusade, The Fate of Atlantis had also an action game, a quite forgettable one. The graphic adventure was so good that practically no one played the action game designed by attention to detail that loosely follows the plot of its point-and-click counterpart. Also in the summer of '92 came an original game exclusive to the NES, Defenders of Dynatron City, that was praised for its unique superhero theme, but ended up receiving really bad reviews mainly due to its poor hit detection. By the end of the year, Super Star Wars was released for the Super Nintendo, an amazing run-and-gun platform game that features multiple playable characters and in where we could also fly an X-Wing and drive a land speeder. It was the Super Nintendo equivalent of the 1991 Star Wars NES game. 1993 would bring amazing titles for MS-DOS players. It was, for me, a year of transition when I embraced PC gaming with arms wide open. I didn't have an hard drive on my Amiga, so I became tired of the dreadful disk swapping that recent games obliged. This year saw the dawn and rise of the talkie CD-ROM era that allowed adventure game characters to actually speak their own words of dialogue during gameplay. Among others, The Fate of Atlantis was re-released in an enhanced CD-ROM version that featured more than 8,000 lines of dialogue. All those years developing combat flight simulators came to fruition in 1993. The team behind Battlehawks 1942, Their Finest Hour and Secret Weapons of the Luftwaffe gained the amount of experience needed to finally bring Star Wars X-Wing, one of the first titles that I played on my brand new IBM PC and ended up completely addicted to it. The feeling of being at the controls of an X-Wing, Y-Wing and A-Wing, performing all sorts of missions and engaging TIE fighters, was mind-boggling. Even now, X-Wing is so damn enjoyable to play. It was the first Star Wars title to also be published by LucasArts and one of the first simulation games to include 3D polygon graphics for spaceships, instead of less detailed bitmap graphics that were normally used in flight simulators. It went on being one of the best-selling PC games of 1993. And by June arrived the sequel to Maniac Mansion, Day of the Tentacle, another favorite of mine that brought the spirit of the original and hugely improved and expanded over it. Dave Grossman returned after showing all his writing skills in The Secret of Monkey Island, and once again, and along with Tim Schafer, wrote this overwhelming story in where we have to solve puzzles whilst traveling through time, exploring different periods of history in an attempt to stop the evil purple tentacle from
take on the world.
It was released firstly on floppy disk, with voice acting present only on cutscenes. That was a really complicated task to technically accomplish with success. So that you guys can have an idea, the whole game with animations, sounds and the SCUM engine is as big as this JPEG that is scrolling up the screen that has around 8 megs. But they've managed to pull it off, and later was also released a CD-ROM version with voice acting throughout the whole game. June also saw the release of Super Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back for the Super Nintendo, another huge hit on the console, which improved upon the 1991 release for the NES. It was the sequel to Super Star Wars and, as according to the movie in which it was based, introduced force powers and Luke's ability to block attacks and deflect blaster incoming fire using his trustful lightsaber. Darth Vader will also make its appearance in this amazing game. The Japanese version would only arrive in December, and PAL regions would receive the game only by February of 1994. Zombies Ate My Neighbors, or just Zombies in PAL regions, was published by Konami, arriving firstly in June of '93 in the US. It's a run-and-gun video game that features various elements inspired by horror movies, containing a few violent scenes that were even censored in Australia and in many European countries. Nintendo ordered for the blood to be removed or replaced by purple ooze, and in Europe, enemies with chainsaws would be replaced by lumberjacks with axes, and this version would only be released in January of 1994. This was even before the ESRB was created. Nowadays, it's considered a cult classic. By the end of '93, another Star Wars title saw the light of day, Rebel Assault, that took advantage of the CD-ROM fever that seemed to have contaminated the industry. Full-motion video was emerging and was seen as something from the future, and everyone wanted to have a slice of it. The PC and Mac CD-ROM, the Sega CD, and the 3DO was where we could find Rebel Assault. It failed to reach the standards of other Star Wars titles, but all the CD frenzy of the time turned it into a classic, selling more than 1 million copies. And to close 1993 with a golden key, another marvelous point-and-click graphic adventure was released, Sam & Max Hit the Road. This one was based on the original 1987 comic book series by Steve Purcell himself, and it takes us on a mission to find Bruno, a missing Bigfoot from a carnival. That mission is assigned to a couple of freelance police officers, a naked and hyperactive bunny named Max and a dog named Sam. Two LucasArts trademarks were present in Sam & Max: the delicious humor and, as well, their unique design rule to never let the player die. This way players didn't have to worry about constantly saving their game. 1994 was a, let's say, normal year with few notable releases. Super Star Wars Return of the Jedi was made available around June for the Super Nintendo, and unlike its predecessors, received a couple of bad reviews from specialized press, and at the same time, praise for the amazing musical score and the excellent graphics. But that didn't stop it from being awarded by Electronic Gaming Monthly as the Best Movie to Game Award of 1994 and a year later, Best Game Gear title of 1995. And by July, the sequel to X-Wing arrived, Star Wars TIE Fighter. This time around we could fight for the Empire under the command of Darth Vader himself and other Imperial commanders. It features an amazing and compelling story filled with tense political intrigue that amazed critics and players alike, ending up being re-released a year later in a collector's CD-ROM edition with enhanced Super VGA graphics, cutscenes and brand new voiceovers. It was also the first Star Wars video game to take advantage of LucasArts' iMuse system to create such an amazing and involving musical environment. The summer was gone, so LucasArts would prepare a couple of snacks for the winter season and exclusive to Nintendo fans. The first was Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures for the Super Nintendo, released in the US by October and in July of '95 in PAL regions, that would feature 2D platform action based on all three films from the Indiana Jones trilogy. The job was handed over to Factor 5, best known for their Turrican games, for the most popular Commodore computers around, and also the Super NES and Genesis Mega Drive, being their first well-succeeded collaboration. Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures also had a Genesis Mega Drive complete version ready for publishing that was even reviewed on a bunch of Sega magazines, but unfortunately saw a last-minute cancellation. By November, a sort of sequel to Zombies Ate My Neighbors arrived exclusively for the Super NES, Ghoul Patrol. It was planned to also be available for Sega fans, but its development was halted and eventually cancelled. This one wasn't supposed to be related to Zombies Ate My Neighbors in any way, but in order for it to sell, they decided to call it a sequel to Zombies and use the same characters. It would eventually achieve a good commercial performance due to the positive reviews from the press. Also during 1994, a package of Star Wars screensavers on CD-ROM was placed on store shelves that offered, as said, a bunch of Star Wars related screensavers for Windows and Macintosh, like the Cantina, Darth Vader, the Jump to Hyperspace, posters from A New Hope, blueprints of the Millennium Falcon, etc. 1995 started with another Super Nintendo exclusive, Metal Warriors, only available in the US and seen as an improved Cybernator, extremely fun, featuring futuristic platforming action with detailed graphics and the ability to leave the mech suit. That was what separated Metal Warriors from all other similar titles previously available. The mid-90s were huge in technological advancements, with brand new consoles in the horizon and 3D accelerated graphics for the PC that would allow the creation of even more immersive game experiences that LucasArts could and should use on future story-driven adventures based on their movie franchises, bringing its rich worlds to life in such a way that no one had ever seen and experienced before. While playing around with those new consoles and new hardware, LucasArts began experimenting new genres. So they came up with my favorite FPS ever made, Star Wars Dark Forces, released for the PC and Mac by February in the US and by June in Europe. It broke so many barriers and overcame a bunch other obstacles, improving the Doom formula to a higher level. LucasArts' first venture into the FPS genre couldn't have been more successful than it was. Dark Forces contributed to the evolution of the genre, and for the first time we could be inside and completely absorbed in the Star Wars universe and in a real-time 3D environment. We play as a former Imperial officer who joined the rebellion to try to stop the Empire's Dark Trooper project. A year later, it was also released for the PlayStation, but had severe framerate issues that stopped it from being as successful as the DOS and Macintosh versions. Full Throttle arrived in April, again from the creative minds of Tim Schafer and Dave Grossman, achieving record sales for point-and-click graphic adventures of over 1 million units. It was a bit short, but while it lasted, was a hell of a ride. Amazing animation, astonishing voice performances, and a superb soundtrack turned Full Throttle into a cult classic among the genre. While we're at it, can you identify this voice?
One of Malcolm's psychiatric sessions.
Yeah, it's Mark Hamill, best known as Luke Skywalker, that also provided his iconic voice to the more recent Arkham franchise as the Joker himself, among many other roles in all sorts of video games and animated TV series.
Act 1, Scene 1.
Even with the arrival of brand new 32-bit consoles, the Super Nintendo continued to be treated with respect by LucasArts, releasing by October Big Sky Trooper, a weird sci-fi action RPG in where we simply have to save the entire galaxy, traveling across 100 different planets. And staying on a sci-fi scenario, another amazing point-and-click adventure game came about in late 1995. The Dig, based on an original story written by Steven Spielberg. It was LucasArts' title with the longest development time, but the wait was worth it. It had a darker and obscure tone to its own plot, totally different from all other point-and-click graphic adventures by LucasArts. It was also a bit too difficult, that resulted in a few unfavorable reviews, but voice acting and the soundtrack were highly praised and critically acclaimed. In my top 10 point-and-click graphic adventures video, you can discover a few more curious facts about the development process of this masterpiece. Check it out! 1995 wouldn't end without another Star Wars title, so by November, Star Wars Rebel Assault 2: The Hidden Empire was available for PC, PlayStation and Mac. It came 2 years after the first of the series, bringing back the wonders of the full-motion video technology. It was similar to its predecessor in all respects, with 15 missions and even the chance to fly the Millennium Falcon. It was seen by the press as an interactive movie with brand new Star Wars live-action video footage, in where we only had to move the stick around and press a button at a certain moment to advance in the story. Mid-90s was for LucasArts a time for experimentation, embracing different genres and weird types of games, mainly due to the growing evolution of gaming platforms and operating systems popping out all over the place. From those experiments came in April of '96 Indiana Jones and his desktop adventures for Windows PCs and macOS. It is basically an adventure game that players could finish in just 1 hour, but the novelty was that it had a random engine that every time you played it, a completely new and different adventure is generated. By June, another unique title arrived on store shelves. Afterlife, something between a god game and a strategic simulation in where we're invited to create heaven or hell to reward or punish inhabitants of this alien planet. As you can see, LucasArts was trying different stuff outside their comfort zone, so also in June came a children's adventure game by the name Mortimer and the Riddles of the Medallion for PC and Mac that tell the tale of a snail seeking to save their animal buddies in a fantasy world setting. Mortimer, the main character, has the ability to turn his own shell into an aircraft or a submarine, solving various sorts of biology-related puzzles. By December, LucasArts makes their return to the Star Wars franchise with Star Wars Shadows of the Empire, initially for the Nintendo 64 and a year later also for PC. Its story is set between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi and was LucasArts' very first title for Nintendo's brand new 64-bit console that arrived a couple of months prior. The game featured many unique locations and vehicles, just like this snowspeeder on the ice planet of Hoth, all in glorious full 3D. Mos Eisley in Tatooine and the sewers of the Imperial City are also featured in this project that started back in 1994 and was one of the most stressful games to make, cause LucasArts wanted to release it right after the official launch of the Nintendo 64 in North America. And why not a first-person shooter set in the Wild West? Outlaws was released in March of 1997 and has that spaghetti flavor whilst telling the story of James Anderson in a mission to avenge the death of his wife and daughter. It preceded the cel-shading animation by years, and its visual art style, story and real-time first-person 3D perspective was hailed by many, but Quake and the yet-to-be-released Half-Life quickly erased Outlaws from the map. Off the record, 1997 was a year of astounding releases, so it was perfectly obvious that other titles would evaporate in thin air. Another title from LucasArts Desktop Adventures arrived also in March for Windows, Star Wars Yoda Stories. It also came 2 years later in December of 1999 for the Game Boy Color, and we get to play as Luke Skywalker completing his training with Yoda to become a Jedi. Just like in Indiana Jones and his desktop adventures, the missions are procedurally generated so that we get a new objective every time you start the game. By that time, the very first LucasFilm game was resurrected and remade for the Sony PlayStation, Ball Blazer Champions. The project was handed over to German studio Factor 5, but was aiming only to those who played the original from 1984. In April came one of the most anticipated games, Star Wars X-Wing vs TIE Fighter, exclusive for PC, that would later also receive the Balance of Power expansion pack. What was awesome about this new title was, finally, the introduction of the online multiplayer space combat, the ultimate battle between the Alliance and the Empire, in where up to 7 players could cooperatively play over LAN and 3 over the internet. The Balance of Power expansion, released later in the year, by December to be more precise, brought new ships and an extensive single-player campaign for those that had limited access to the World Wide Web. Soon after, by summer, arrived something different for console players: Erk's Adventures. The PlayStation version had an international release, whilst the Saturn port was only available in the US. It's a simple 2-player action game in a similar style to Zombies Ate My Neighbors, set in ancient times, in where we could pick Hercules, Atlanta or Jason on a quest to defeat Hades and save the beautiful Persephone, the goddess of nature.
I have Persephone.
But the best was reserved for later in the year. Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 was released for PC, the sequel to the groundbreaking Dark Forces from 1995. Needless to say that it became another of my favorite first-person shooters ever created, that features a brand new 3D engine and sees the return of Kyle Katarn, now as a Jedi, with the main goal of stopping not one nor two, but 7 Dark Jedi from unleashing the powers of an hidden Jedi burial ground. While playing, we're constantly challenged on picking a side, the light or the dark side of the Force. An expansion pack arrived on February of '98, Mysteries of the Sith, that included 15 multiplayer maps that allowed up to 8 players online or over LAN. It also offered newer Force powers and a new single-player story set 5 years after the events of the main story of Dark Forces 2. Soon after came the long-awaited third title of the adventures of everyone's favorite pirate, The Curse of Monkey Island. 6 years after LeChuck's revenge, Guybrush is still hoping to marry Elaine, but after giving her unknowingly a cursed ring, she is transformed into a golden statue and about to marry his greatest enemy, LeChuck himself.
Hey, I'm ignoring you.
The Curse of Monkey Island was the first in the series to include voice acting and with a more cartoonish style of approach.
Familiar somehow.
Ron Gilbert's writings were missed. Many complained about the game's ending. Despite that, The Curse of Monkey Island received a lot of praise by journalists and gamers alike, and was the last game to use the SCUM engine. Ron Gilbert never thought that his engine would be used in so many other titles beyond Maniac Mansion, and he created it cause he didn't like to type while playing, for instance, Sierra's King's Quest games. It made more sense just to point at stuff and interact with objects using a mouse, a joystick or a gamepad. An extremely intuitive system that allowed designers to create amazing worlds and locations, being at the same time cross-platform. By the end of the year, it was quite weird to see a fighting game coming from LucasArts Studios. Even more weird was that it's a fighting game with Star Wars characters in it. Star Wars Masters of Terrascasi was released exclusively for the PlayStation, that even had the help of specialists from Industrial Light and Magic to create the animations for the characters using motion capture. Sadly, it's considered one of the worst fighting games ever made. 1998 started with a real-time strategy title, Star Wars Rebellion, also known as Supremacy in the UK and Ireland, in where players battled the control of the galaxy as a commander of the Galactic Empire or the Rebel Alliance. The choice was ours. Star Wars Behind the Magic was an interactive multimedia CD-ROM that would arrive by September of '98. It included rare stills and footage from the original Star Wars trilogy and also a sneak peek into the Star Wars Episode I: The Phantom Menace. LucasArts would also venture into the edutainment business, creating their own subsidiary for educational purposes, Lucas Learning, and their first product was Star Wars DroidWorks, an educational adventure that teaches the player about energy, magnetism, simple machines, light, force and motion. It was so well received by critics and parents that ended up winning at least 16 awards from November of 1998 until October of 2001. Shortly after, Grim Fandango arrived with style and brought the story of Manny Calavera that works for the Department of Death in the Land of the Dead. His job is simple: take people from the land of the living and escort them through a 4-year journey across the underworld. However, a conspiracy is underway, so an amazing and original adventure by Tim Schafer awaits the player. It was also the first LucasArts adventure to use full 3D graphics overlaid pre-rendered ones, and the game's interface was also quite unique, ditching the traditional mouse control and replacing it with a keyboard, a joystick or a gamepad.
Hey, who's
1998 would end with another huge hit, Star Wars Rogue Squadron for the Nintendo 64 and PC, being the first of 3 games in the Rogue Squadron series. In this one, co-developed by LucasArts and Factor 5, were invited to be Luke Skywalker himself and take part in huge X-Wing dogfights throughout the galaxy as a member of the elite group known as Rogue Squadron. A spiritual presence of Shadows of the Empire is seen in the Snowspeeder level in a newer and fresher way, and it was one of the first titles to take advantage of the Nintendo 64 RAM pack, allowing 640 by 480 display resolution instead of the native 320 by 240. By that time, LucasArts were extremely pleased with their collaboration with German developer Factor 5 and used Factor 5's brand new engine for Rogue Squadron, an engine that could draw large terrain maps. That level from Shadows of the Empire, in where we controlled a snowspeeder during the Battle of Hoth, was the main inspiration for Rogue Squadron. They had also to ask permission for Nintendo to use the memory expansion pack to achieve higher graphical quality, cause according to Nintendo, the expansion pack should be used solely for hardware peripherals. However, Iguana Entertainment had already used the expansion pack for that same purpose on Turok 2 Seeds of Evil, so Nintendo had to also allow Factor 5 to use it for that intent. Strange was that Lucasfilm Limited, George Lucas Movie Company, wouldn't grant access to the Star Wars library of sound effects. Instead, they provided Factor 5 with really low rate files that sounded horrible. So they ended up using sounds captured from VHS tapes, and along with their own sound drivers, were able to immerse the player in this incredible audio-visual experience with over 80 minutes of high-quality stereo sound. In the end, the game's producers stated, "It sold about 100 times better than anybody expected."
Nice shot!
1999 began with one of my favorite LucasArts Star Wars titles, and for me, the pinnacle of the X-Wing series. Star Wars X-Wing Alliance. Exclusive to the PC, it offered enhanced graphics and fully 3D cockpits, with more than 50 missions in the single-player campaign and 5 for multiplayer action. The most fondly remembered moments were the ability to hyperjump from one area to another and to fly the Millennium Falcon in the assault on the second Death Star, just like we saw in the movie Return of the Jedi. And right before the premiere and the beginning of a brand new trilogy of Star Wars movies came in April, the first 2 titles based on the Phantom Menace. Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace and Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. This last one offered super fast and super addictive gameplay in 21 different race courses across 8 different worlds, and was generally well received by the gaming press and players, being also the very first time that LucasArts developed a video game for the Dreamcast. As for the game that shares the exact title as the movie, it was available for PC and PlayStation, and developed by Big Ape Productions for LucasArts, receiving really poor reviews, but ending up as a bestseller in the UK. It followed closely the movie's plot, a sort of interactive way of replaying the movie, and we get to play it as Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, Queen Amidala, and Captain Panaka. An insider's guide to Star Wars Episode 1 was also released for PC and Mac, which featured the making of the original prequel and, as well, an interactive behind-the-scenes at the creation of the Phantom Menace. By October, Star Wars Pit Droids for PC arrived from Lucas Learning Limited, a puzzle game intended for kids that even older Star Wars fans will be addicted to. The detailed graphics, the complex gameplay and its catchy soundtrack are the ingredients that makes it an extremely fun puzzler to play with kids, or simply by ourselves. 1999 wouldn't end without another of my favorite LucasArts titles. Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, released firstly for PC and a year later, also for the N64, but this last one was only available in the US. This time around, Indy returns in a real-time 3D action-adventure game set in 1947 during the Cold War, in where we have to race around the globe searching for parts of the mysterious infernal machine. During that process, the Soviets will try to make sure we fail. Sophia Apgood returns from the fate of Atlantis not to be our partner, but as a CIA agent. After proving all his skills with the fate of Atlantis, Al Barwood returns to write the Infernal Machine's overwhelming story, also designing and directing its development. There was even a Game Boy Color version of this game, also very well received by gamers. I've already reviewed it in the past. It was one of my early videos. Feel free to check that one out. 2000 saw the release of a bunch other Star Wars related titles, mainly for consoles. Even so, the year started with a PC exclusive, Star Wars Force Commander, a 3D real-time strategy title that gave players the ability to command troops in massive battles. Soon after came the first console exclusive title of the year, Star Wars Episode 1 Jedi Power Battles for PlayStation, Dreamcast and Game Boy Advance. It's a simple action-driven adventure game with a mix of platform and beat-em-up action in where we get to play as a Jedi and defeat once and for all Darth Maul on one last battle that takes place on Naboo. Later in the year, Guybrush returned in 3D. Escape from Monkey Island was the fourth title in the series and the beginning of a new era for LucasArts Original Ventures, with its debut on the brand new PlayStation 2.
There you go, Mr. Marley.
PC and Mac versions were released by November of 2000, and the PS2 port would come only by June of 2001. But this last one had a slightly higher number of polygons and less pre-rendered stuff.
Don't just stand.
PC gamers, so used to the mouse, found a bit difficult the keyboard and joystick controls, but the PS2 version was surprisingly extremely well received. The final couple of months also saw the release of two other Star Wars titles: Star Wars Demolition for PlayStation and Dreamcast, and Star Wars Episode 1 Battle for Naboo for Nintendo 64, followed by a PC port that would arrive only by March of 2001. Star Wars Demolition was developed by LucasArts and Luxoflux using the Vigilante 8 game engine, and it's basically a combat game with those well-known Star Wars vehicles in a contest organized by Jabba the Hutt. As for Battle for Naboo, it was the return of Factor 5 to the Star Wars universe, bringing back that Rogue Squadron amazing feeling of aerial combat. The N64 original version was another victory both for Factor 5 and LucasArts, but the PC port was met with huge critics on the controls and the poor graphical quality. 2001 started with Star Wars Starfighter, LucasArts' first game developed in-house for the PlayStation 2, and by November, in a special edition developed by Secret Level Inc., later acquired by Sega, and as a launch title for Microsoft's first console, the Xbox, that had just arrived in US stores. By January of 2002, it was also released for the PC, but it's better to simply forget this last one. By that time, LucasArts was focused on releasing and conquering the console market, and PC gamers and fans of Star Wars could only be pissed. Back in the 90s, LucasArts was seen as a developer of awesome PC games, but in this new millennium, that idea vanished completely. Even so, the PlayStation original version of Starfighter was a joy to play and a reminder of those amazing titles from the X-Wing trilogy from the 90s, available for PC and Mac owners. Lucas Learning Limited also entered the console market with Star Wars Super Bombad Racing exclusively for the PlayStation 2. Released in April, it would appeal to a younger audience with a sort of Mario Kart style of gameplay, with well-known characters from Star Wars Episode 1, with huge ads that ended up highly criticized by fans of the franchise. Later in the year, LucasArts would try to make amends with fans with the release of Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds for PC and Mac users. It was another real-time strategy game, this time around developed by LucasArts and Ensemble Studios, best known for their highly successful Age of Empires series, built with an enhanced version of the Age of Empires game engine. Fans of Star Wars and of this particular genre were extremely pleased with it, and by May of 2002, 2 days before the release of the next entry in the new movie trilogy, Galactic Battlegrounds received an expansion pack, the Clone Campaigns, that enlarged the game's already huge scope by including large-scale battle scenarios from Star Wars Episode II: The Clone Wars. 18th of November of 2001 would also remain in video gaming history for 2 reasons. It was the launch date of the Nintendo GameCube in the US, and also the day when LucasArts, with compliments from Factor 5, released exclusively for that console one of the best Star Wars video games ever made, Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2: Rogue Leader. It would take us back to the original Star Wars trilogy, with overwhelming movie-like visuals and astonishing audio environment in full Dolby Pro Logic 2 surround sound, during the most famous battles in movie history, like the Death Star trench run and the gigantic conflict in the ice planet of Hoth. 2001 was the year of firsts for LucasArts. The first PS2 game, the first GameCube game, and by December, the first Xbox exclusive game, Star Wars Obi-Wan. However, it was a failed attempt. It was initially intended to be a sequel to Dark Forces 2, but due to unstable performance on PC, it was targeted for the powerful Xbox that was about to be launched in the United States. LucasArts ended up recognizing that the over-reliance on the Star Wars franchise was, as stated, reducing the quality of their final products. So they've announced that future releases would be at least 50% non-related to Star Wars. That statement ended up falling into the ground cause many of those supposed original titles were either unsuccessful or cancelled during development, what consequently and accidentally led to the release of a ton of new Star Wars games that were already in production. So, Star Wars Racer Revenge would arrive in early 2002, developed by Rainbow Studios exclusively for the PlayStation 2, that would allow players to engage in even more gruesome and fearsome pod races than in its predecessor. In this one, we could run opponents into walls and take them out of the race before it was over. Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast followed, also from third-party developers for PC, Mac, Xbox and GameCube, and saw the return of Kyle Katarn in this first-person action game that used the highly popular Quake 3 Arena game engine, climbing its way to the top of the charts and becoming one of the best-selling first-person action games of the year. Along with Jedi Outcast came another console-exclusive title developed by LucasArts themselves, Star Wars Jedi Starfighter for PlayStation 2 and Xbox, and a sequel to Star Wars Starfighter, which included a sneak peek to the new Star Wars Episode II movie that would arrive 2 months later. In this one, we could fly the Jedi Starfighter and use force powers while in the cockpit, across 15 land and space missions, and other 2-player cooperative missions.
You can slice faster than this.
By the end of the year, another 2 console exclusives, Star Wars The Clone Wars and Star Wars Bounty Hunter. This last one was developed indoors and also known as Jango Fett in Japan, telling the story of how Jango became the most famous bounty hunter of the Star Wars universe. It was a title in where practically everyone at LucasArts was involved, from industrial light and magic to create the game's CG cinematic sequences and Skywalker sound that provided the game's sound design. As for the Clone Wars, initially available for PS2 and GameCube, we played the role of a Jedi Knight leading the Republic army into the gigantic ground battles of the Clone Wars seen in the movie Episode II: Attack of the Clones. To keep the flame alive, and for fans of classic LucasArts titles, a compilation CD titled The Best of LucasArts Original Soundtracks was released, featuring music from a few of their greatest games like The Dig, the Monkey Island series, Grim Fandango and Outlaws. Taking a break from the Star Wars franchise, 2003 started with a new Indiana Jones adventure, Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb, for Xbox, PlayStation 2, PC and Mac. Developed by The Collective Inc., it takes place in 1935, right before the events of the movie Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and we're searching for the tomb of China's first emperor. This last Indiana Jones adventure wasn't very welcomed by the gaming press, pointing out a few graphical and sound issues on the console versions. Personally, I've enjoyed it a lot. By June came another experiment from LucasArts and gladly only available for PS2 owners, RTX Red Rock, an action-adventure game designed by Al Barwood, in where we have to investigate the loss of communication between Earth and Earth's colony on Mars, that is believed it was attacked by alien forces known as LEDs. Soon after came another PC blockbuster, Star Wars Galaxies: An Empire Divided, that later received 3 expansion packs: Jump to Light Speed, Rage of the Wookiees, and Trials of Obi-Wan. It was the first Star Wars MMORPG developed by Bryant Interactive and Sony Online Entertainment, in where we could explore the Star Wars universe and become a Jedi, a smuggler, a ranger, a merchant or a bounty hunter. The game events were set between the end of Episode 4, A New Hope, and Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, including once more the Battle of Hoth, that is such a reference in the Star Wars fictional setting. But the biggest surprise would come after Star Wars Galaxies and from BioWare. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, initially for Xbox and later also for PC. This RPG, set in the Star Wars universe 4,000 years before the events depicted in Episode 1 movie, takes us through many well-known Star Wars locations, in where we interact with other characters, performing side quests that will influence our path into the light or the dark side of the Force. We can turn our character into a powerful Jedi, a merciless Sith, or something else. It received universal acclaim both for the PC and Xbox versions, winning several awards including Game of the Year 2003. Star Wars Jedi Knight Jedi Academy for PC, Mac and Xbox was also another huge hit in 2003, a first and third person shooter developed by Raven Software for home computers and Vicarious Visions for Microsoft's console, and as opposed to Jedi Outcast, we immediately start with a lightsaber, something highly praised by gamers and reviewers. Soon after, the GameCube would receive the highly anticipated exclusive Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike, again developed by Factor 5, that ended up as a huge disappointment, cause players were expecting something bigger after the success of the previous title in the Rogue Squadron series. In this one, we had the ability to leave our fighter and take part in ground battles, and as well enter and pilot many other vehicles in certain missions. The end of the year saw the release of 3 distinct titles away from those highly popular LucasArts franchises, so by October, Gladius saw the light of day for the current gen consoles, the GameCube, PS2 and Xbox. It takes the player back to ancient times in this tactical RPG, in where we must build a school of gladiators and take them into battle, revealing itself as a huge success on all 3 platforms and a breath of fresh air from LucasArts that developed Gladius themselves. By November, Secret Weapons Over Normandy landed on PC, Xbox and PlayStation 2, reviving that long-lost franchise of World War II flight simulators that offered over 20 historical aircraft to take out for a spin, 15 campaign missions and 20 optional challenge missions. Between assignments, we can even upgrade our plane, an astounding achievement and a huge success that shows that LucasArts is also capable of offering players other exciting titles miles away from their supposed comfort zone. It was developed by Thalion Games, a company founded by former LucasFilm LucasArts employee Lawrence Holland that developed games almost exclusively for LucasArts for over a decade and responsible for the titles from the Secret Weapons and X-Wing series. Another success came in December of 2003 with Armed and Dangerous for Xbox and PC, a first and third-person shooter developed by Planet Moon Studios that featured several unusual characters, weapons, and lots of humor, being both versions of the game extremely well received by the press and gamers. It was soon followed by an original chess-like strategy game developed by the Collective Inc., Wrath Unleashed, released in early 2004, involving gods and the four elements in an epic battle. However, the best was reserved for later in the year with the release of Star Wars Battlefront, developed by Dinamic Studios initially for PC, Xbox and PlayStation 2, to coincide with the release of the original trilogy on DVD. It's a first and third-person shooter played basically as a conquest game, and the multiplayer over the internet was huge and something quite remarkable, with 64 players simultaneously on both the PC and Mac versions, with also more than 25 usable vehicles. The console versions allow 32 players via GameSpy and Xbox Live. Right after Battlefront came the sequel to Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, subtitled The Sith Lords, developed this time around by Obsidian Entertainment and released firstly for Xbox and later for PC, Mac and Linux. Set 5 years after the events of the first game, it places us in control of an exiled Jedi Knight in a time when the Jedi have been nearly exterminated by the Sith. So our mission is quite simple: gather the remaining forces and defeat the Sith, revealing a dark and obscure amazing plot. While enjoying the success that Star Wars Battlefront achieved, Dinamic Studios returned with Mercenaries: Playground of Destruction, published by LucasArts in January of 2005 for PC, PS2 and Xbox. An action-adventure game set in an open-world environment, and it features kind of stealth and reputation-based style of gameplay, in where we take control of one of 3 mercenaries, and to prevent a nuclear war, we must successfully complete each contract. And right after Mercenaries, LucasArts released to the public their brand new Star Wars related title, Republic Commando for PC and Xbox, an astounding first-person tactical shooter that uses Epic Games' powerful Unreal Engine. Criticized for offering a short experience, it was, on the other hand, praised for its story and combat that are set during the events of the movie Episode 2: Attack of the Clones. 2005 was also the year when their partnership with LEGO made its first steps into the video game business with LEGO Star Wars, a video game developed by Traveler's Tales and published firstly in March by LucasArts for practically all systems available by then, before and after the premiere of Episode 3, the final chapter of the prequel trilogy. It would allow players to relive the events of all 3 movies from the Star Wars prequel in a LEGO style and oriented for family fun, being extremely well received for that same reason. And by May, when the 3rd movie was finally arriving to cinemas, Star Wars Episode 3: Revenge of the Sith was also released for PC, Xbox, PS2, Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS, that was obviously based in scenes from the movie. Ubisoft Montreal was responsible for the portable versions that were considered the best from the whole bunch. The Collective Inc. developed the other console releases that even had the help of the stunt coordinator and lightsaber trainer from all the 3 prequel movies, and he even appears in the game as a boss. By October arrived the moment that fans were eagerly waiting: the release of Star Wars Battlefront 2 for PC, Xbox, PS2 and even the PSP. Dinamic Studios returned to the series to create an even greater and immersive experience. It was released alongside the DVD of Revenge of the Sith, and unlike its predecessor, features a more narrative-based campaign along with new vehicles, characters, maps and missions. During these last 2 years, LucasArts went through a profound internal change under the tight belt of Jim Ward, appointed president of LucasArts back in April of 2004, that had shown all his skills marketing the movies Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones. George Lucas felt that his games division was putting out too many mediocre titles. Even the most popular ones weren't generating enough revenue to keep LucasArts afloat, so Ward's first actions were to cancel a few games already in development and reduce LucasArts' working force from 450 to 190 employees. As stated, Jim Ward came from the movie business and couldn't comprehend how games could be late. Star Wars Battlefront 2 was supposed to be a multiplayer-only game, but Ward wanted a single-player campaign a few months before it was released. Everyone said that it was impossible to achieve that in such less time. Even so, pandemic and everyone at LucasArts involved in the project made it impossible, and the game met its deadline and sold extremely well, also due to its gigantic marketing campaign.
Prepare for the sequel to the best-selling Star Wars game of all time. Fight as a Jedi. Fight in space. Fight the battles any way you want. Star Wars Battlefront 2 on Tuesday. You fight again. Rated teen.
Many other rushed decisions were made in the next few years. Internally, LucasArts was seen as a madhouse run by people that weren't familiar with the development process of a video game, that seemed to enjoy making huge last-minute modifications onto something that was on development for many months and even years. In 2006, LucasArts was composed by 3 development teams. Games came from third-party developers like Pedro Games that developed Star Wars Empire at War and its expansion pack Forces of Corruption. Traveler's Tales brought LEGO Star Wars to the original trilogy, and from Frontier Developments, the makers of Roller Coaster Tycoon 3, came the chance of managing another theme park in Thrillville, a game oriented mostly for a younger audience. As said, by 2006, LucasArts was composed by 3 development teams, one focused on a future Indiana Jones project, another on The Force Unleashed, and the other just standing by, seeing all their concepts being crushed. Star Wars Rogue Squadron Trilogy, exclusive for the Xbox. Star Wars Imperial Commando, a sequel to Republic Commando. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 3. Star Wars Jedi Knight 3 Brink of Darkness and Jedi Master. Star Wars Smuggler, Star Wars Rebel Warrior, Star Wars Darth Maul, Star Wars Proteus, Star Wars First Assault, Rogue Squadron X-Wing vs TIE Fighter, an exclusive for the Xbox 360, and Star Wars Episode 7 Shadows of the Sith. All these internal projects were cancelled during Jim Ward's leadership. Besides those, there was Star Wars Battlefront 3. The job was handed over not to Pandemic Studios, but to Free Radical, renowned by their amazing GoldenEye and Perfect Dark video games for the N64 and the Time Splitter series for the 6th generation of consoles. It was on development for 2 years and looking really good, with the premise of taking the fight from the ground to the air and space, and scheduled to be released in 2008. By that time, by February, Jim Ward stepped down as president of LucasArts, stating personal reasons, and was replaced for a couple of months by Howard Rothman. By April, Daryl Rodriguez, that came from Electronic Arts, stepped in when things started to go wrong during the development of Battlefront 3, leading to a harsh decision from LucasArts to stop funding Free Radical from missing their milestones, creating a tense working relationship between the two companies that even led Free Radical into a state of bankruptcy by the end of 2008. Even so, the Battlefront 3 project didn't die after that incident. LucasArts teamed up with developer Slant 6 Games, known for a few SOCOM titles, to create a new Star Wars Battlefront 3 from scratch, but it would also crash and burn, being vaporized in thin air. 2007 was another weak year for LucasArts, with only 2 published games from, again, third-party developers. a sequel to Thrillville subtitled Off the Rails from Frontier Developments, like its predecessor, and a PSP exclusive release from Rebellion Developments named Star Wars Battlefront Renegade Squadron. It wasn't until 2008 that LucasArts saw finally an internal effort being praised, with more than 7 million copies sold, becoming the fastest selling Star Wars game to that moment. Star Wars The Force Unleashed was the result of a combination of 4 concepts that were scrapped around 2005. Even so, it was supposed to be released a year before, along with a new Indiana Jones title. The problem was that LucasArts couldn't find enough programmers that knew how to develop games for the new PlayStation 3. Everyone knows that Gabe Newell from Valve publicly stated that it was a waste of time to develop games for the PS3, and that Team Ico went through hell to put The Last Guardian together while developing it for that system. And as a Sony partner, they had all the ingredients to pull it off. In consequence, half of the team working on that Indiana Jones project was moved to The Force Unleashed to get the job done for a 2007 release, pushing Indy to a 2008 release. But even so, they ran into problems going beyond 2007. By that time, when all teams were starting to join forces to create the most spectacular Indiana Jones video game ever, Naughty Dog released Uncharted. That was all that the new Dr. Jones game was meant to be. Everyone at LucasArts just stood petrified looking at Nathan Drake and thinking that they've missed completely the chance of making something great.
In my final hour.
The fate of Indy's new game will be told later on. So, besides the late release of Star Wars The Force Unleashed by September of 2008, a few other titles saw the light of day. LEGO Indiana Jones The Original Adventures, developed by Traveler's Tales and TT Fusion for practically every gaming system available, being extremely well received. Star Wars The Clone Wars Jedi Alliance, developed by LucasArts as a Nintendo DS exclusive. Star Wars The Clone Wars Lightsaber Duels, a Wii exclusive title that takes advantage of the Wii Remote to simulate lightsaber control and a nunchuck to use force powers. And Fracture, a title developed by Day One Studios that was designed as a first-person shooter since the beginning, and when it was way far into development, the executives at LucasArts decided that it should be turned into a third-person shooter. Needless to say that making all those changes so far in development ended up destroying Fracture. By 2009, works on the sequel to The Force Unleashed was underway, and the development team was pushed to complete it within a year. Between that, Star Wars The Clone Wars Republic Heroes was released for all systems, revealing itself as a huge flop, with some frustrating platforming elements and terrible graphics. Even so, the revival of The Secret of Monkey Island in a special edition grabbed a few awards in 2009 and was highly praised by gamers that grew up with the original. This remaster includes an updated hand-drawn art style for higher resolutions with huge improvements in animation and sound, and we can even at any moment switch between the original game and the remastered version in real time. 2 years after the release of Uncharted, Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings was finally in store shelves in a completely unrecognizable way, and the HD versions were nowhere to be seen. These were cancelled due to obvious reasons, and only the Wii, PS2, PSP and Nintendo DS versions saw the light of day. The only cool thing about this title is the inclusion of Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis in the Wii version as an unlockable extra. Not very welcomed either was LEGO Indiana Jones 2 The Adventure Continues, again from Traveler's Tales and TT Fusion, probably because half of the game was based in the worst movie of the franchise, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. Late 2009 also saw the release of Lucidity, a puzzle platformer available through Steam and Xbox Live Arcade, an original LucasArts title with amazing art style, but short on its engagement with the player. Rebellion Developments also returned in 2009 with their new PSP and DS entry on the Star Wars universe with the bland Battlefront Elite Squadron. LucasArts president left in May of 2010, being temporarily replaced by Jerry Bowerman from Lucasfilm Board of Directors. Later in the year, and meeting the tight deadline imposed by LucasArts executives, Star Wars The Force Unleashed 2 was released, surprisingly having its best version on the Wii. The HD versions looked really poor, like if they were rushed through development, completely failing to its high expectations. This led to layoffs within the company, and it was time for Paul Meegan to step in. By that time, BioWare was already working on a successor to Knights of the Old Republic 2: The Sith Lords, a MMORPG simply named Star Wars: The Old Republic, that is gossiped around the web that it might have cost near $200 million to make, with every cent coming from BioWare's and Electronic Arts pockets, this last one working as its publisher. LucasArts made some pretty stupid calls in recent past, but the BioWare deal was the smartest move LucasArts ever made. 2010 also saw a remastered version of Monkey Island 2 that arose after the overwhelming success of the HD version of Secret of Monkey Island, featuring all those enhancements, only ditching the easy mode for reviewers. From 2011 to 2013, LucasArts' catalog was practically non-existent, with only LEGO Star Wars 3: The Clone Wars and Star Wars: The Old Republic. During that period, several plans were on the table, plans that were taking advantage of Epic Games' Unreal Engine 3, but even so, those plans were suffering constant changes. It was also by this time that George Lucas became heavily involved in all LucasArts internal projects. A new bounty hunter title was on development, highly inspired by the Uncharted series, most likely using the concept behind the initial cancelled HD versions of Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. A few weeks before the 2012 edition of E3, George Lucas ordered some severe changes on that concept, that the teams behind the project only had time to rename it to Star Wars 1313, supposedly a game based on the novel Boba Fett: Maze of Deception. Fans were blown away by the demo presented at E3, and when asked directly about the game, LucasArts representatives present at the fair simply didn't know what to say about Boba Fett being the main character. It was clearly a next-gen video game targeted for PC, PS4 and Xbox One, but LucasArts didn't even confirm that. Then Paul Meegan left his present chair at LucasArts, bringing two other names in to co-lead the studio and share the same chair: Kevin Parker and Gio Corsi. Then silence struck upon LucasArts and Lucasfilm Limited, and by October 30 of 2012, Disney announced that it had acquired Lucasfilm and LucasArts, revealing also that 3 new movies were in the horizon.
Today, I am proud to announce the Walt Disney Company is acquiring Lucasfilm, the global entertainment company founded by George Lucas and the home of the legendary Star Wars franchise.
Bob Iger also stated that Disney wanted to focus on social and mobile experiences over console titles, so LucasArts was foreseeing a bright new future in the hands of Disney. But unexpectedly, on April 3 of 2013, Disney announced that it was closing LucasArts. The last game released by LucasArts as a subsidiary of an independent Lucasfilm was Connect Star Wars. LucasArts ceased to operate as a video game developer, and future games based on its properties would be either developed by Disney Interactive Studios or licensed to third-party developers. LucasArts remained open with around 10 employees, retaining its function as a video game licensor after witnessing 150 staff members being laid off. Along with LucasArts, also Industrial Light and Magic lost many of its workers. Meanwhile, and as everyone knows, Electronic Arts grabbed an exclusive multi-year license to develop Star Wars games for PC and consoles, and Disney Interactive Studios would have also the right to further develop games based on that same franchise, but for mobile, social, tablet and online game markets. LucasArts, like any other developer, had a darker side. For every game released, there were 2 or 3 that never made it to players' hands. Sequels to their most famous graphic adventures were scrapped. For instance, Loom would be followed by Forge, expanding over the original and with an industrial theme. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis would have a sequel subtitled The Iron Phoenix, with Indy chasing after the Philosopher's Stone, and in early 2000s, Full Throttle 2 Hell on Wheels and Sam & Max 2 Freelance Police were also cancelled due to some negative reactions to the game's dated 3D graphics. When the rights to the Sam & Max franchise expired in 2005, Steve Purcell, the creator of Sam & Max, regained ownership, licensing it to Telltale Games to develop Sam & Max Save the World as an episodic game. Apart from these, there were also, as told, a ton of Star Wars related ideas that were completely abandoned during the 90s and 2000s. It's unsure about the fate of Star Wars First Assault, but as for Star Wars 1313, Kathleen Kennedy told in an interview back in December of 2015 that the game was gold and it was something we're spending a lot of time looking at, pouring through, discussing, and we may very well develop these things further. Many other studios were founded by former LucasArts employees during the last 17 years, such as Double Fine Productions, Telltale Games, Monkey Fun, Dynamite and Soma Play. Also, recent remasters by Double Fine of Grim Fandango, Day of the Tentacle and Full Throttle are proof of how big the name LucasArts was. A Day of the Tentacle Special Edition was supposedly on development at LucasArts Singapore by the time of Disney's acquisition, and Tim Schafer credited LucasArts and Disney for their help in creating the remaster. Also, the recently released Thimbleweed Park is another proof that LucasArts' spirit lives on. Looking back at 31 years of history, LucasArts left a legacy of amazing titles, from the classic point-and-click adventure games and flight simulators to their incredible portfolio of Star Wars titles that covers a multitude of different genres that will prevail in the memory of gamers for many years to come. So guys, this wraps up the story of LucasArts, an epic and overwhelming study that took me weeks to put together, but by the end, it was totally worth it. I truly hope that you've enjoyed it, and nothing gives me more strength to continue doing these videos than your amazing and inspiring feedback. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next episode.
The 80s, the decade of opportunity for young British game designers. The IT industry was flourishing. The ZX Spectrum and the Commodore 64 were the new hot home computers in the beginning of the decade, and everyone was making games on their bedrooms, mimicking what they saw at the arcades. Founded and established in Liverpool in 1982 by two former employees of Bugbyte Software, Mark Butler and Dave Lawson, Imagine was known as the place where dreams come true. Their young programmers were like rock stars, making tons of money overnight. But all began with their first game for the Spectrum 16K and Commodore VIC-20 that Dave Lawson had put together: Arcadia. Its space theme was usually popular in the beginning of the 1980s, mainly due to Hollywood's tendency on making futuristic movies that consequently spawned also a burst of related video games in the arcade and pinball markets. There was no computer-related retailing in the UK, so before Arcadia, it was all done by mail order. When the advert of Arcadia came out on magazines, envelopes with money started to arrive on the mail on a daily basis, and suddenly Mark and Dave realized that this was it. Their time has come. After that, around 83, the big UK retailers saw the potential of the video game industry and then started stocking up on games big time. People no longer had to buy them by mail order through magazines. The so-called micro shops were already thriving all over the place, and gamers just had to go to those shops and browse through all these new and flashy cases and find the right title to buy. So, when back to Arcadia's success, it made Imagine's founders hire more staff to start making more and more games. It also compelled and encouraged its programmers to work better and harder. Imagine's brand rapidly started to worth millions. There were, at the time, no other company that had ever produced so many great games in such a short period of time, and always created strong impact through extremely clever advertising campaigns on the most popular magazines of the time. It was Imagine Software that gave birth to these awesome and outstanding pieces of advertising art. Before that, adverts were tiny, with an awful little drawing and 3 or 4 paragraphs of text explaining the game. Just dreadful. British people were familiar with the video game phenomenon that just recently exploded due to Clive Sinclair's very affordable machine, the ZX Spectrum. Many young kids were getting these machines for their birthdays, for their success at school, for Christmas, etc. And the Spectrum was really easy to program that all over the United Kingdom success stories were starting to emerge, just like Matthew Smith and its Manic Miner. But the craze wasn't so extensive like the one that was shown by these young executives at Imagine. They were driving Ferraris, BMWs, and even custom hand-built motorbikes. Alongside with all that luxury and Mark Butler's love for fast motorbikes, Imagine Racing Team was created, in which Mark himself was a rider. Imagine was seen by everyone as a place where dreams come true, and everybody wanted to work there. In the 60s, the Beatles placed Liverpool on the map, and 20 years later, it was the time for Imagine to do the same. Dave Lawson saw the potential in the video game industry and jumped right in at first. Money was pouring down, but it was wasted in the next morning. There was no financial control at all. So, by the end of '83, debts began to pile up, mainly on the advertising side, and later, tape duplication unpaid bills also started to appear. For Christmas of '83, Imagine booked the entire cassette duplicating capacity of Kiltdale, one of the biggest duplicators for the software business, in an attempt to prevent other software houses having games ready for the Christmas rush. But they ended up with a huge stock of unsold games and a £60,000 debt. Even so, by 1984, and despite all the commercial success that their video games demonstrated, Imagine was ready for the next step. Show to the world, through the eyes of BBC television, the concept and development of a brand new product that would be different from all other things being made by all other British software houses. Nonetheless, that new product required more memory, so a special add-on needed to be manufactured and bundled with the so-called mega games that would also prevent against piracy, drastically increasing its final price. Imagine intended to develop 6 of these mega games, and the first 2 were Cyclops and Bandersnatch. The artist Roger Dean was hired and had already designed the boxes and the ads, which were beginning to appear, but the company went bust in July of '84 due to its unpaid debts that were escalating as time went by, and Dean never saw the £6,000 that he reputedly asked for his work. Imagine lasted 18 months, but the truth is that both those guys, Mark and Dave, did make serious mistakes and left people really irritated and disappointed. But they were the ones that started the whole video game industry in the UK. That's a fact. The dream ended, but the people who lived it moved on. The rights to the Imagine label was bought by Ocean, and some of the programmers began working freelance on games for Ocean, who also partially backed a new Liverpool company called Denton Designs. Bandersnatch was the only mega game in development by that time, ending up being finished 2 years later by Finch Speed, a company formed by the other programmers and Imagine co-founder David Lawson. The project was renamed to Bratakas, and now a 16-bit title that didn't require that special memory hardware add-on. So, from the ashes of the defunct Imagine Software, Psygnosis was born, being Bratakas the very first video game under the Psygnosis label. As for Cyclops, never passed the paper sketch stage, so it was later also used as a sub-label of Psygnosis. David Lawson, founder of Imagine Software, and Ian Etherington, financial director, joined forces with Jonathan Ellis, and the trio founded Psygnosis. So, Psygnosis rose from the ashes of Imagine Software, and Cyclops was an obvious tribute to their roots. They've also kept their bond with record cover artist Roger Dean, who drawn both logos and was seen as the mind who revolutionized the music industry in the 70s and 80s with its amazing album covers for bands like Yes and Asia. For their logos, they were after something related with mind and knowledge, and also inspiration by the future of things to come. So Dean thought of an owl, a symbol of wisdom, and gave it this metallic, futuristic look. Behold the mighty Psygnosis. Bratakas was the first title with the Psygnosis label, and was a game that was in development at Imagine Software when it all went down. It was originally being developed for the ZX Spectrum, and it would need a special memory add-on that would increase the production costs and consequently its final price. Now, as a 16-bit title, all that would change, but the crappy control system makes it almost unplayable. The only thing that really saves Bratakas is the awesome artwork by Roger Dean. Who else? From the beginning, Psygnosis' main focus was towards the most popular 16-bit machines in mid-80s, the Commodore Amiga and the Atari ST. Almost all other developers in town were still making games for the 8-bit systems that by then flooded the market mainly in the UK, so this was a huge advantage and the opportunity of a lifetime, cause many new Amiga and ST games coming out were just ports of 8-bit titles, inferior and really poor ones. So their future looked really bright, and after a couple of somewhat interesting titles, they've published Manus, a side-scrolling shooter from a brand new Scottish developer, DMA Design, the team behind Lemmings and known today as Rockstar North. So, David Jones was working on Coppercon 1, hugely inspired on Konami's arcade smash Salamander, and after being turned down by a handful of publishers, he approached Psygnosis, who promptly said yes, that they would publish it, but its name should be something more appealing than Coppercon 1. Manus was one of the first games released under the Cyclops logo, and the very first title from DMA Design that revealed quite successful. After Manus, other titles followed, but again, it was a DMA Design game that got all the attention in late 1989. This one was made using a gift from Psygnosis to David Jones after the success of Manus, a 25 MHz 386DX. Blood Money was another side-scrolling shooter inspired by yet another arcade hit by Irvine, Mr. Ellie, and was highly praised by the press that stated that Blood Money was definitely one of the best games of its type on the Amiga to date. Also in 1989, Psygnosis gave to another developer the opportunity of a lifetime, Reflections, best known for the Shadow of the Beast franchise. But their first game was Ballistics, developed by Reflections co-founder Martin Edmondson, who took it to Psygnosis along with an early demo of the very first Shadow of the Beast. Needless to say that Psygnosis was extremely impressed by that demo and its amazing 12 levels of parallax scrolling never seen before. Ballistics, that was based on the Crossfire board game, sold well, and the 35-pound Shadow of the Beast was a huge success. You know why? Cause it included a Roger Dean t-shirt. Not one of his own shirts, okay? You know what I mean. This game was exactly what Amiga owners like myself wanted. A game that could show off all the machine's potential in every technical aspect, graphic and musically speaking. David Whittaker composed one of the most fondly remembered soundtracks from the 16-bit era. My friends that didn't own an Amiga would get really impressed by it and ran off to the next store to buy one. Kind of. Let's be honest, the game lacks content and depth. It was basically a really impressive tech demo, like the ones used to show off new TV displays on stores, you know? A year later, Shadow of the Beast 2 was released and it was an even bigger commercial success, grabbing scores of 80+ all over the press, except from the guys at Computer and Video Games magazine that gave it just 59%. Graphics and sounds were praised, but the most improved thing was its gameplay. The game appeared also bundled in the Screen Gems Amiga 500 pack that so many gamers got as a gift back in Christmas of 1990. But also in January of 1990, another video game developer got their chance in the hands of Psygnosis, Raising Hell Software. And the game that awakened Psygnosis' interest was the Killing Game Show. Martin Shutley, founder of Raising Hell Software and developer of the Killing Game Show, sent his demo to Psygnosis, who grabbed immediately this run-and-gun shooter in where we control a robot shooting everything that moves trying to reach the exit on this maze of platforms. Awesome gameplay and superb music. The game received 92% in Amiga format. The game was later re-released for the Sega Mega Drive Genesis under the name Fatal Rewind. Later, Raising Hell Software was bought by Sega, who forced the developer to change its name, cause the word hell was kind of inadequate. So Raising Hell Software became Bizarre Creations, developing later down the road awesome titles like Metropolis Street Racer, the Project Gotham Racing series, and Blur. 1991 was the year for DMA design. Lemmings was born. It was a huge success for both DMA design and Psygnosis. It even had in-game references to Shadow of the Beast in 2 of its levels. Again, Amiga format gave it 92%. So, after the 20,000 copies sold of Menace and the 40,000 of Blood Money, Lemmings went completely off the chart and sold for the Amiga, and in its first day only, 55,000. Worldwide and on all platforms for which Lemmings was ported, it is estimated that it sold more than 15 million copies. In 1992, the shadow was cast upon the Beast once more, and Shadow of the Beast 3 was released. The game was highly influenced by the feedback from players of the first 2 games and received scores around the 90% mark, but failed to sell as well. I consider Beast 3 the most enjoyable one on the gameplay area. So, it was the end of the road for the series. And also in 1992, one of the best looking and sounding games was released, Agony. Once again, Psygnosis saw its potential in an early prototype that Frank Sauer and Yves Grolet from Art and Magic showed off the record at the European Computer Trade Show in London. Psygnosis gave them all the freedom to finish their game, and you're probably thinking that the owl that we control in the game was somewhat an imposition from Psygnosis. You can't be more wrong. That was part of the developing team's initial design, cause they were looking for something different from everything else already seen. Psygnosis even provided more help to finish the game, so they hired the best musicians to create one of the greatest soundtracks ever made for a 16-bit system. Tim Wright's amazing piano intro was even adapted without consent and consequent credit by the keyboard player of the Norwegian symphonic black metal band Dimmu Borgir in the song Sorgens Kammer from the 1996 album Stormblast. The band removed that song from a later re-release of that same album. Agony didn't have the commercial success it deserved, cause it was exclusive to the Amiga, and that machine was about to be overtaken by the 16-bit consoles and multimedia PCs that were just around the corner. However, it is often remembered as a piece of art. Back in the Amiga and Atari ST days, there were a lot other titles that I could mention, but these were the ones that gave fame to that owl who offered the chance to a handful of developers responsible for so many awesome of today's IPs that are among the best that we can nowadays play and enjoy. As said in the beginning, Psygnosis was a symbol of the future, of things to come, so the CD era was upon us. In 1991, the Psygnosis Advanced Technology Group went on to explore the possibilities of the infamous full motion video technology for their games, and their first attempt was with Microcosm, released in October of 1993 for the Japanese FM Towns Marty and Sega Mega CD, followed by the PCE 3DO and Amiga CD32. Back then, this was quite exciting. I was witnessing a complete revolution in video gaming and completely mesmerized with what the CD format was capable of deliver. Microcosm was huge in production costs, and the uncompressed intro alone achieved an astonishing number of 6.5 gigabytes of hard disk space. That was something really mind-blowing in 1993, and even Rick Wakeman from the band Yes was hired to provide original music for it. Despite all the astronomical numbers, the game is really bland with really poor gameplay. But let's be honest, The future of computer games is here, just like Amiga Format stated when they gave it 87% on their review. Psygnosis was, once again, taking over the reins of the evolution of video games. And that was when Sony Electronic Publishing Company acquired Psygnosis, opening all the doors and windows to a whole new world of possibilities and giving to Psygnosis the right tools for developing exciting new titles using CD technology that would be Sony's media of choice for the bright future that was just a couple of years away, the rise of the PlayStation. As you know, Nintendo and Sony were working together for a future CD add-on to this next-gen system. But observing the breach of contract from Nintendo and the disavowal from Sega, Sony decided to create his own home console and advance into this uncharted territory of video game development by acquiring Psygnosis in May 22nd of 1993 to enhance Sony's in-house development capabilities, because they knew that the Liverpool-based software publisher was making progresses with their own CD technology research. The deal made total sense to Psygnosis, cause they weren't locked down making games exclusively for Sony. Despite 50% of Psygnosis being owned by Sony, they were free to develop and publish games for other platforms like the PC, Sega Saturn and Nintendo 64. So, while developing software for Sony, Psygnosis would continue to market and distribute games under the Psygnosis brand, and would play a major role in Sony's expansion into Europe. Meanwhile, Psyglabs was silently abandoned, being its latest releases Anarchy, a pretty decent and updated version of the classic arcade game Defender, and Matrix Marauders, Spellbound and Strix. These three with nothing really astonishing to point out besides the amazing covers. Between that period of time and prior to the PlayStation release, Psygnosis published many other awesome titles from which I must highlight. Hired Guns from DMA Design, that is an awesome Dungeon Master clone set in the future that can be played between 1 to 4 players on a single machine. A pretty fun and absorbing adventure game by the name of Innocent Until Caught. The obvious sequels to Lemmings, Lemmings 2 The Tribes and All New World of Lemmings. The Amiga version of The Second Samurai by the great Rafael Secco, and the sequel to First Samurai that I've already reviewed on my channel. Bryant the Lion, an Amiga exclusive platform title that by 1994 was better than everything else in the genre across all systems available by then. And an exclusive 3D action-adventure game for MS-DOS that was really ahead of its time, Ecstatica. The deal with Sony allowed Psygnosis certain tools for creating a dedicated development system for the PlayStation, curiously based on PC hardware, simpler and cheaper. From those exclusive research and development initial years, Psygnosis came up with two amazing franchises: Destruction Derby and Wipeout. Destruction Derby, developed by Reflections Interactive and directed by Martin Edmondson, creator of Shadow of the Beast, recalls in an interview that showing their first PlayStation game to Ken Kutaragi, the man considered as the father of the PlayStation itself, was quite amusing. He flew from Japan with a team of engineers to test firsthand one of the most important launch titles for Europe. Kutaragi smiled a lot and was really enthusiastic, and his one and only comment was that it would be great that the debris from the cars stayed on the track. The hardware was already pushed to its maximum, so it was a daunting task just to think about doing it. Nonetheless, the game was a huge success, and along with Wipeout, helped to cement PlayStation supremacy. Just before Destruction Derby, by September of '95, Wipeout was released, the very first PlayStation game from Psygnosis that was conceived, as stated by Lee Karras in an interview, after a drunken conversation between Nick Burkham and Jim Bowers in a pub in Hoxton. This futuristic racer with an amazing techno soundtrack featuring music from, for example, the Chemical Brothers, and with strong influences from Power Drum and F-Zero, grabbed every single one of us. Video games were, after all, also for adults. On PlayStation's first European year, 40% of total sales of video games were from Psygnosis titles. Now, that was an incredible achievement. Consequently, Psygnosis expanded, opening a few more satellite offices, also attracting some unhappy Microprose employees. Then, 3D Lemmings and Lomax came along, besides other also interesting titles like, for instance, the amazingly funny Discworld, that also spawned a year later a well-received sequel.
Are you looking at me lustfully?
Me? Madam, after a day like this? Not a chance.
Oh.
Formula 1 from Bizarre Creations, one of my favorite racing games on the PC back in '96, that features an awesome soundtrack which includes a few songs from a couple of Sony artists by that time, Joe Satriani and Steve Vai. My copy of the game came bundled with my Diamond Monster 3DFX card, and the first time I played it, I was simply blown away. The astonishing Alundra that, as you know, made me cry, swear, and throw dual shocks against pillows. The amazing Space Blaster Colony Wars that included, besides the awesome soundtrack by Tim Wright, 5 different endings. The mind-blowing and Blade Runner-inspired G-Police that was done whilst the same team was developing Overboard, with its Caribbean vibe and relaxed tunes. And inevitable sequels to Destruction Derby and Wipeout. Between all that good stuff, there were other horrible games just like this one that I have here. ODT, Escape or Die Trying, a really weird 3D adventure thing that recently saw its Nintendo 64 unreleased version being leaked online. Despite all the commercial success that Psygnosis Games demonstrated, internally things weren't so bright. Sony was constantly changing directors, and competition between studios was highly incentivized, rather than helping each other's out. One of Psygnosis' founder, Ian Etherington, was consequently left off the company founded back in 1984. But he wouldn't rest, so after Imagine Software and Psygnosis, Ian and Martin Kenwright founded in '99 Evolution Studios, a studio that curiously made exclusive video games for Sony's still-to-come PlayStation consoles 2, 3 and 4, the WRC and MotorStorm franchises, and as well, and more recently, Drive Club. Back to Psygnosis, they would go on publishing many sequels for their greatest franchises, and as well, brand new IPs, until Sony decided to shut down all satellite offices by 2001, turning Psygnosis into SCE Studio Liverpool. They would go on for 11 more years, centering its development into the F1 license, releasing each year a new updated and improved game, now for the PlayStation 2 and for the 2006 edition, also available on Sony's PSP. 2007 was the year for their first venture into the brand new PlayStation 3, releasing the realistic and beautiful F1 Championship Edition with 6-axis compatibility, being this one the last F1 game from Studio Liverpool. Also, and along with the F1 games, the other franchise that was still going was Wipeout, that saw a huge commercial acclaim with both PS2 and PSP releases, Wipeout Fusion, Wipeout Pure, Wipeout Pulse, Wipeout HD and Wipeout HD Fury, and lastly, Wipeout 2048 for the PS Vita in 2012, the last game from Psygnosis / Studio Liverpool. So on the 22nd of August of that year, Sony closed the doors of SCE Studio Liverpool, formerly known as Psygnosis. Sony stated that they were focusing their investment plans on other studios that were working on new and more exciting projects. Psygnosis left us a legacy of awesome titles and franchises, giving at the same time the opportunity to small companies to prosper and emerge in this industry, being renowned today as the most successful in the business. With that said, every gamer bows to Psygnosis. Thank you so much. Ian Etherington, former financial director of Imagine Software and co-founder of Psygnosis, formed Evolution Studios along with Martin Kenwright back in '99, after Ian had been dismissed by Sony from his own company. On the other hand, Martin started his career in 1986 as a freelance game designer and 2D, 3D artist. In that same year, he worked as a graphical artist on Strike Force Harrier for the Atari ST. He was soon hired by Rowan Software, a company best known as a publisher of flight simulators for the PC. So, Martin's first job at Rowan was, again, as a graphical artist on Falcon, a title that received in '89 the Golden Joystick Award for the best 16-bit simulation game, and also contemplated with the 8th position on the top 100 best video games from Amiga Power magazine, published in May of '91. Then in 1989 founded DID and recruited several members from Rowan that went on developing specialized aircraft simulators that were mostly published by Ocean Software, like for instance F-29 Retaliator, Epic, TFX, Inferno, EF-2000, F-22 Air Dominance Fighter, and F-22 Total Air War. Then the studio was acquired by Ocean in 1998, who became Infogrames in '99. So, also in '99, and as said before, Kenwright moved out along with 6 other members to form Evolution Studios with former Psygnosis co-founder Ian Etherington. They soon developed a racing demo on PC of multiple rally cars on a circuit, and Sony immediately hired them to start working on a licensed WRC title for the upcoming PlayStation 2. In 2001, a satellite office was created to develop exclusive games also for Sony, but this time around for their upcoming PlayStation Portable, Big Studios, which was originally put together by 4 former Codemasters employees with the Colin McRae and Topo franchises in their resumes. World Rally Championship was the first rally driving game to be officially licensed by the FIA. It features the 2001 season, complete with real events, teams and drivers, except for Colin McRae that, as you know, had its own game by then. So, in WRC, Colin appears as 4th driver. The game was placed on store shelves on November of 2001, and this was the only WRC game to also be available in the United States. All the other following sequels were exclusive to Europe and Japan. A year later, in November of 2002, WRC2 Extreme was released and it featured a brand new physics engine that was possible with the help of real rally engineers. The tracks also had a boost in what reality is concerned, so satellite imagery and real 3D representation of terrains and surfaces were used, applying a DEM technique which allows to represent the Earth's surface with all objects included. Also, the engine noises were taken directly from real-life rally cars, and the developers even consulted a TV broadcaster for advice on how to create trustworthy and authentic replays. This time around, Colin McRae was replaced in-game by Francois Duval, and they didn't figure out on time how to cast the car shadows while crossing bridges. Another year passed and WRC3 was released in November 21st of 2003 to be more precise. In this year's season, Colin McRae signed for Citroën, and in-game he was not replaced, so Team Citroën total had only 2 drivers, Sebastian Loeb and Carlos Sainz. What a dream team! 60 days prior to it, Colin McRae Rally 4 from Codemasters was also made available for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, and on Sony's console. It was seriously challenged by Evolution Studios' third WRC installment that featured, this time around, car shadows while crossing bridges. November of 2004 saw the 4th officially licensed WRC video game, based on the 2004 WRC season, with a huge increase on the number of polygons used in each car model and featuring all rallies, teams and drivers. 2004 was the year in which, for the first time in over 10 years, Colin McRae failed to sign for a WRC team. Cars from Group N4 and Super 1600 were also included, and the game features a pro driver challenge. There is basically a career mode where we start from scratch on a Super 1600 car and try to climb our way up to the more powerful WRC class. Finally, by October of 2005, the European exclusive WRC Rally Evolved was made available, the final PlayStation 2 game from Evolution Studios, and features a random event engine which can create certain dangers along the course, like animals crossing the road, crashed cars from other drivers, and a lot other unexpected situations. This one also includes the Group B monsters that we can use in certain special events. As for the tracks, these were reduced to just 3 per stage, but don't let that number fool you. These are beautifully detailed and realistically modeled, and you'll also get a bunch of rallycross stages in which you drive against other 3 AI drivers.
100, pela esquerda, cuidado, contra curva.
2005 also saw the birth of Pursuit Force for the brand new PSP, developed by Evolution's satellite office Big Studios, an amazing action game that was praised all over the press and considered one of the best games ever created for that handheld. By that time, Evolution Studios was already preparing their launch title for the PlayStation 3. Announced in that same year at E3 with an amazing pre-rendered trailer, Motorstorm built a huge hype among off-road fans. Track deformation was something that really grabbed players' attention, and Monument Valley is simply gorgeous. Despite that, single-player mode tends to be quite boring after a few races, and it lacks offline multiplayer. Even so, the game sold over 3 million copies around the world and was considered Racing Game of the Year by the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences in their 2008 awards, beating games like Dirt, Forza 2, Need for Speed Pro Street and Project Gotham Racing 4. In September of 2007, SCE announced the acquisition of both companies, Evolution and Big Studios. It was at this point that founders Ian and Martin left the company, with Mick Hawking taking over the operations as studio director not only at Evolution and Big Big, but also SCE Studio Liverpool, formerly known as Psygnosis. Sequels to MotorStorm followed, Pacific Rift in 2008 and Apocalypse in 2011, that explored and expanded that same formula with huge jumps, crashes and amazing locations with beautiful graphics. The franchise also arrived in 2009 to the PSP and the PlayStation 2 by the hands of Big Big Studios, that released a spin-off, MotorStorm Arctic Edge. However, Big Big Studios was shut down by Sony in January of 2012, being Little Deviants their final and only game released on the Vita. Still in 2012, Evolution Studios was already working for a brand new IP for the launch of the PlayStation 4, and to keep fans entertained, they released for the PS3 and Vita MotorStorm RC, only available through the PlayStation Network, with a Micro Machines kind of vibe, where we take the wheel of these little remote-controlled vehicles through those awesome and well-known MotorStorm landscapes. Meanwhile, in late 2013, the PlayStation 4 was placed on store shelves, but the brand new IP from Evolution Studios, Drive Club, was nowhere to be seen. It suffered various delays and was only released a year later, in October of 2014, and worst of all, and according to the press, it felt incomplete and filled with problems related to the online mode. Slowly, Sony started to dismember Evolution Studios, starting by letting off more than 50 employees in March of 2015, and a year later, the main door at Evolution Studios was completely and forever closed. I just wanna say thank you to Evolution Studios for bringing so many awesome and entertaining racing games through the years. The WRC franchise for the PlayStation 2 is something that I get back to really often, and all 5 games are among my favorites for that system. Farewell, Evolution Studios. You'll forever be remembered. It all started in 1985, when the golden age of Spanish software development for 8-bit home computers was flourishing. Erbe Software was, in the 80s, the biggest and most important Spanish video game publisher that became famous not for Paco Pastor, its founder, being the ex-vocalist of Formula 5, but for their anti-piracy battle, attaining the rights to publish video games from renowned companies like Ocean, US Gold, Gremlin, etc., with much lower prices, and sold all throughout the Iberian Peninsula. Back then, when I saw Erbe's logo stamped on the cover, I knew that I was buying quality controls and tested stuff for my ZX Spectrum, Amiga and later for my IBM PC. This caused a huge revolution. Full-priced video games of around 12 euros each started to be sold at about 5 euros under Erbe's label and distribution. Surprisingly for some, it triggered a gigantic boom in sales. From this moment on, piracy was practically a thing from the past. I remember to buy great original games for my PC at my favorite magazine store. Every month, along with Micro Hobby, the most famous Spanish ZX Spectrum magazine, I also used to buy a monthly Erbe publication dedicated to a specific game, bundled with its own physical copy. The first number brought Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, the graphic adventure for IBM PCs. Erbe's marketing and merchandising system was extremely powerful and converted Spain and Portugal in late 80s into almost piracy-free countries.
Besides spawning this low-price revolution, Erbe also made possible for the small Spanish developers to prosper and publish their games abroad. One of those developers was Topo Soft, that was established at the basement of Erbe's building. In Spanish, Topo means low, the lowest point or position, or even a mole. It all started when Emilio Martinez thought about creating an educational software for his nephew based on the Spanish geography. He asked his fellow programmer friend Javier Cano to do the graphics, and thus Map Game was born. Curiously, the title was developed in a black and white TV, not knowing what the game looked like when they finished it. One day, the two friends took the game at a ZX Spectrum reseller and asked permission to test the game on a color monitor. Emilio and Javier were amazed by the beauty of the graphics, and the owner of the shop was blown away. Quickly, he handed over to the young programmers an Erbe business card. So both created their own brand, Action, and seeing a probable commercial profit, they made copies of the game and started selling it at the Rastro de Madrid, a kind of used and second-hand stuff local fair. Then both agreed on contacting Erbe, and their future was at this point assured. The publishing rights for the game were sold to Erbe, and both programmers were hired to work on an Amstrad CPC version of Map Game and, later, for the MSX. The game was a sales success, and at this point they met José Manuel Muñoz, also known as Rambo, a very talented programmer specialized on working with sprites with masks, a hugely important aspect when working with moving objects on screen. José Muñoz had this script for an action and fighting type of game, and he was so thrilled about it that he managed to convince his two new friends to embark with him in his quest. So, Erbe Software hired José, and the trio designed in 1986 Las Tres Luces de Glaurung. That was extremely well received by Spanish gamers, which led to an English translated version for distribution in the UK by Melbourne House and under the name Conquistador. Feeling the need of separating the distribution business from the development of new products, Erbe created at this point Topo Soft. Still under Erbe's label were developed two more games. Ramon Rodriguez in 1986, that wasn't as successful but highly entertaining, fun and extremely difficult. And Whopper Chase in 1987, a promotional title that was ordered by Burger King to be offered to customers, in which the tape contained all four 8-bit versions of the game: Spectrum, Amstrad, MSX and Commodore. Toposoft's premiere was with the game Spirits in 1987, which led, till 1991, to a gigantic wave of awesome games that catapulted Toposoft to the very top of Spanish video game development, rivaling with the giant and well-established Dinamic. Let's now take a quick look at the essential games from Toposoft. An awesome arcade action game where you control an extraterrestrial character somewhat based off the record in the movie Alien. An amazing shoot 'em up that didn't grab the attention it deserved. Based in the Capcom arcade hit Gunsmoke and kind of a Red Dead Redemption of that era. A huge hit in Spain and in the UK. Action game with two players simultaneously! Wow, awesome stuff! Was considered one of the best games from Toposoft. Curiously, the C64 version was totally different from all the others. As you can see, the scrolling is made in the horizontal. A new vision and, again, off-the-record version of the classic Pac-Man. For the English release, they even had to remove the first level, cause it was so identical to the original Pac-Man that Topo could run into trouble. A pirates game where we need to infiltrate a ship and grab a treasure map hidden inside a fiercely guarded safe. Something related to the Untouchables or the Godfather movies is purely coincidence, an extremely difficult but very well made title. One of the best Spanish action-adventure games ever made. Probably the best game Toposoft made for IBM PCs. Another movie-inspired game, this time around it's Ben-Hur, complete with chariot races, was released in the UK under the Kicks label, the budget range of the mighty US Gold. Topo's pinball game, and I love pinball games, but this one didn't have what it needed to be a good pinball game. What a shame. The game's beautifully detailed graphics can somewhat attenuate its extreme difficulty, trying to control the carriage and at the same time blow the enemies away. One hell of a game that I've played so many freaking times back then. Simple concept and highly addictive, it practically passed unnoticed. A funny thing about the cover of Rock'n'Roller is that in the Spectrum and MSX versions it was inverted. The letters on the stop sign are inverted. Someone was really wasted or in a bad mood. This title sold more than 100,000 copies. It became the best-selling Spanish video game of all time, but by then, and as for soccer games, Matchday 2 was still the best. It was the very first time I've ever saw something like this, a cycling simulator. What an achievement for 1989, and all fans of La Vuelta were amazed by it. One of the best Spanish video games of all time, and as a huge fan of adventure and exploration, I couldn't simply stop playing it. Sadly, the Commodore 64 owners never had a chance to try it. Its development was cancelled. The Spanish localization of Gremlin's Gary Lineker games, Super Skills and Hot Shot, to compete with Dinamic's Michel Football Master that was hugely popular in Spain by that time. Sadly, it was a failed attempt. A really poor basketball game. Don't bother trying. The sequel to Mad Mix game, and if the first one was based on Pac-Man, this one is on Pac-Mania. Curiously, they've published the game with a black and white cover for fans to develop their own painting skills. Later was announced the winner, and the cover would be used in a special edition of the game, that I believe never happened. Another awesome adventure game that had its best version on IBM PCs, with some amazing and colorful EGA graphics. This title was based on a comic book character by Alfonso Azpiri, a Spanish artist that also made the cover for the game and as well many others for practically every Spanish software house. And when the game had a cover by Azpiri, I would certainly buy it. you couldn't miss. Games with covers made by this great artist were always good games. Take Viaje al Centro de la Tierra as an example. About the game, it's a pretty good arcade action title with some differences between the 8 and 16-bit versions, so you need to try them all. This one was just to keep the releases coming. Nothing special, just a shoot all things on screen type of game. A kind of hard to control game, but when you get the hang of it, it's quite fun. Another kill all enemies and stay alive game. The first and, I believe, only official movie adaptation which had such a huge media coverage never seen from a Spanish game. The hype was so enormous that they had to ask the UK-based Elite Systems to make the 16-bit versions. The game was okay, despite the amount of time they spent making it. Many players ended up losing interest and just bought another games. One of my favorite Spectrum games ever, and obviously inspired by Disney's movie Tron. Super fast, super addictive and with awesome music. I was wrong when I said that all games with covers by Aspiri were good. Well, Desperado 2 is a decent game, but was released in a time that LucasArts was around with their amazing point-and-click adventure games, and Wolfenstein 3D was as well around the corner. This was the point where it all started to collapse for the Spanish video game industry. The follow-up to Perico Delgado and One Last Breath for Toposoft. It's a brilliant professional cycling simulator that, again, attained high scores on specialized magazines and was, I think, the first Toposoft game with support for VGA graphics on the PC. Toposoft made one last effort to conquer the IBM PC's market with 6 more games. Black Crown, Luigi and Spaghetti, Olimpíadas 92 Gimnástica Deportiva and Olimpíadas 92 Atletismo, Luigi in Circus Land, and finally Super Skrillex. The Spanish video game crisis arrived around 1989, year when companies had to canalize and adapt their efforts towards the 16-bit machines that were already flourishing. The 8-bit era was practically over and Toposoft tried really hard to make it work. Viaje al Centro de la Tierra was probably the biggest bet in the area ever made in Spanish territory. It was one of the few games that had all 3 most important 16-bit home computer versions, Amiga, Atari ST and DOS, and also distributed in the US without any tangible success. Every time I saw a Toposoft game on one of my favorite video game resellers, I was always impressed by their extremely well drawn covers. Back then I was a huge superhero comic book fan and collector, and as well created my own universe along with a couple of friends. We even developed our own brand and presented our work at a couple of magazine publishers here in Portugal. Needless to say that they've revealed some interest, but that was all. So we started making and selling our own fanzine on a few specialized shops. The box art and loading screens from Topo's games were a sight to behold. Definitely one of the best in my opinion and taste, obviously. So guys, have you played any of these amazing titles? Obviously, there were other great Spanish video game developers around, like for instance Dinamic, Operasoft and Ziggurat made in Spain. But Toposoft, being part of the Erbe group, needed a special treatment. It was part of one of the greatest and most successful anti-piracy campaigns ever.
feel free to comment, like, dislike, subscribe, unsubscribe, whatever. You're the boss.
Don't touch that dog.
Back in 1987, gaming's first rock stars burst onto the scene. Based in Wapping, East London, the Bitmap Brothers was founded by Mike Montgomery, Eric Matthews and Steve Kelly, and their intention right from the start was to get the names of the coders, artists, designers and musicians out there, the ones that really put in the hard work. Publishers were taking all the credit and didn't want to promote the people who created those games. But it all began with Mike's obsession for computers. He bought some software and learned how to code in his spare time. Soon after applied for a job just to find out how good he was at his hobby. He was hired and soon after was earning more money than on his previous job and quickly became lead programmer managing his own team. In 1988 came their first game, Xenon, an overhead vertically scrolling shooter that was created on the Atari ST, receiving huge exposure on the Saturday morning kids show Get Fresh as a play-by-phone game where kids would shout directional and shooting commands to a blindfolded player. This is that kind of publicity that money simply couldn't buy back in those days. Mike made some work for free for a person who used a Commodore Amiga to do a game show on TV. So, and while on a meeting with the producers of Get Fresh, the idea of playing a video game on TV was discussed. Needless to say that the favor was returned. On Xenon, the Bitmap Brothers were credited on the intro screen, while Eric's face appeared in at the start saying Sector 1. On the back of the box is mentioned that Xenon was a mega creation from the Bitmap Brothers, and this was just the beginning. Xenon became a hit, not only on all of the major 8 and 16-bit computers of the time, but in the arcades also. Yes, Xenon even had an arcade machine version released through Mastertronic's Arcadia division, which ran on Commodore Amiga hardware. All this exposure and mediatic coverage gave them bargaining power for its next game, Speedball, a violent approach to handball mixed with American football and ice hockey, also heavily influenced by the movie Rollerball, set in this futuristic cyberpunk ambience, a game that took just 6 weeks to code and 4 more months to fine-tune. The Bitmap Brothers would now enter an iron fist challenge with the publishers they approached, and the only one that ended up accepting their demands was ImageWorks, a publishing label of Mirrorsoft, which was in turn a division of Mirror Group newspapers owned by Robert Maxwell. So the deal consisted in giving the Bitmap Brothers full control over all aspects of the game, from the title itself to the size and position of its logo on the box, and even to the way it was sold in shops. Their position and reputation in the gaming industry was, at this point, grounded and established. Speedball was a tremendous hit, ending up receiving the Golden Joystick Game of the Year award in 1989, and the developers themselves named the best 16-bit programmers, featuring also the artistic talents of Mark Coleman and David Whittaker. It showcased the studio's trademark chrome visual style, an intentional artistic choice, especially effective on the 16-bit home computers that would make their games unique in terms of aesthetics as well as gameplay. It was first released for the Commodore Amiga and the Atari ST in November of 1988, and later ported to DOS, Commodore 64 and the Sega Master System. The NES also got its own port, but released under a different name, Clash Ball. At this point, the team moved to a converted warehouse in the Metropolitan Wharf on the north of the Thames, a large space for them to develop their dreams and invest their money on, taking advantage of the cheap deal that Mike managed to sign regarding its annual rent. The days of developing games on suburban bedrooms were definitely over. For Bitmap to stand out from the crowd even more, and slightly following the steps of Imagine Software, Robert Maxwell, owner of the Mirror Group, offered to lend his helicopter as background for a photo shoot. So Mike, Eric and Steve posed like pop stars, wearing fashion items like leather jackets, shades and t-shirts, sending these pictures to magazines for them to print next to their upcoming games, rather than simply placing a screenshot or of some coder hunched over his keyboard in his small apartment bedroom. An image of luxury, of wealth and coolness was created around the trio, but they weren't getting that much personal money. And practically all that they were making was put on for development of their next big hit.
Welcome to Xenon 2 by the Bitmap Brothers.
Originally designed by the Bitmaps, it was coded by the assembly line on an IBM PC and then ported to the Atari ST, followed by the Amiga version and again published by ImageWorks in September of '89. Their coolness was once more cemented now using a heart-pumping soundtrack by Tim Simenon, a DJ known as Bomb the Bass, that also arose in 1987 with his debut single Beat This. Mega Blast was used for the Xenon sequel as both the loading music and in more simplified form, as a background tune while playing. David Whittaker completed the process, sampling and resequencing the song for use in the game. This groundbreaking maneuver would allow to enforce the bond between the developer and Rhythm King Records, so by doing that, BITMAPS games started to be advertised on other media outside the one exclusively dedicated to the gaming-related industry. In the meanwhile, artist Dan Malone, coming from Palace Software, arrived to witness that cool vibe that circulated inside that warehouse, something that he was also totally into, and his skills as a graphical artist would perfectly complement those of Mark Coleman, establishing at this point the visual style that became a trademark of the Bitmap Brothers games. Dan always wanted to work for the Bitmap Brothers, and finally his dream became reality, showing off all of his talent on Speedball 2 Brutal Deluxe. He had a lot of creative freedom, and the general idea was that Speedball 2 should be bigger and better than the original. And it really was. It received nearly perfect reviews, and it was released featuring audio and effects by Richard Joseph, working with music written by a former member of The Fall, Simon Rogers, who was working with John Fox as part of the group Nation 12. Speedball 2 was released in 1990, around the same time as Cadaver, an isometric fantasy adventure that had players navigate through levels by collecting and combining objects, solving puzzles and killing enemies. The developer was aiming for something like Dungeon Master, but by its looks, players thought that it would be similar to Night Lore. During its long development process, Cadaver was called Aneka because it was all about hunting for treasure, and around that time, the British popular Channel 4 TV show Treasure Hunt was co-hosted by Aneka Rice. The name actually stuck until quite late on, when ImageWorks came up with a more intriguing title of Cadaver. It was available on the Commodore Amiga, on the Atari ST and on DOS, and sadly didn't perform as well as other games. It was also the last game that they've published under ImageWorks. The relation between the two parties began to crumble still during the development of Speedball 2. 1991 was the year of Gods, a platformer designed by Eric Matthews and Steve Tall, with a game score again by Nation 12. Comic book artist Simon Beasley drew the cover, while the developers worked on AI that would take into account the player's position and their level of skill. This time around it was released by Renegade, a new company set up by the Bitmap Brothers in conjunction with Heath and Adele Nosdar of Rhythm King Records and a former employee of Telecomsoft and Mirrorsoft, Tom Watson. It was in part a continued desire for better treatment of developers, but also a reaction to Mirrorsoft's demise. On November 5, 1991, Robert Maxwell, owner of the Mirror Group, went missing from his private yacht, to be found dead off the coast of the Canary Islands. The whole Mirror Group operation went into administration and all Mirrorsoft employees were made redundant. A small number of games from different developers failed to find a new publisher and disappeared completely. Fortunately to some, Renegade reached out and would now handle the distribution not only of their own titles, but as well as those of a few other developers that had partnered with Mirrorsoft in the past, like Graft Gold and Sensible Software. Games like Sensible Soccer, Fire and Ice, Uridium 2, Turrican 3, Elfmania, Rough and Tumble and Flight of the Amazon Queen, just to name a few, were all published by Renegade, and all highly praised by the press and gamers alike across Europe, thanks also to a deal that was in the meanwhile signed with Mindscape International. But back to the Bitmap Brothers games, the second one released by Renegade still in 1991 was Magic Pocket, designed by Sean Griffiths with music by Betty Boo. Sean was a huge fan of Xenon 2, and he eventually went on board the Bitmaps because he used to work at Palace Software along with Dan Malone, so on one of their many night outs, they bumped into each other and the rest is history. Just like Xenon, Magic Pockets was also featured on a British TV show called Motormouth, where people would call and shout, walk, zap or jump in order to win prizes. By 1993, the Chaos Engine came out, designed by Eric Matthews and Simon Knight, with graphics produced by Dan Malone featuring some of the earliest use of interactive music, compliments of Richard Joseph. The title theme was composed by the British DJ duo Joy, of Bangladeshi origin, and then stated in an interview, and I quote, "Music enhanced the graphics and gameplay, and there is nothing more powerful than sound to create mood." Wise words. It was the team's tribute to one of the greatest arcade games to see the light of day, Gauntlet, but with its own vibe, made with its own ideas and formed of its own generation. Gauntlet provided the spark, but the Bitmap Brothers gave it fuel, oxygen and a nice ring of rocks to stop the metaphorical fire from spreading out of control. The Amiga was where it would shine, even with an enhanced AGA version, soon being also ported to DOS, the Atari ST, SNES and the Mega Drive. In these two last systems, the Preacher was replaced by the Scientist and in the US was known as Soldiers of Fortune. 3 years later, the Chaos Engine 2 was released solely for the Amiga, and by then the platform was seen by publishers as a dead system. Commodore went bankrupt 2 years prior to this release. Even Amiga-related magazines such as Amiga Power and The One didn't survive to review it. The gaming public moved onto the PlayStation and the Saturn, while the PC had already established itself in the computer gaming market. The Bitmaps were a group of friends who bonded in the pubs, nightclubs and road skate together. By late 90s, companies were starting to be run by accountants instead of creative people passionate for this industry. Even so, the Bitmap Brothers stood to their ground and remained independent. So by 1996, the team was starting to dismember itself. After producing additional work for Zed, Dan Malone left the team because he was starting to lose the creative freedom he had before. These were really hard times for the Bitmaps. By 1999, Ed Bartlett, a huge fan of the Bitmaps growing up, joined the team working as a tester on Speedball 2100 before becoming a designer on Zed's Steel Soldiers and coming up with the concept and level design of Xenon 2000 Project PCF. Working at the Bitmap Brothers felt like being part of a family rather than a business. By this time, many of the original team and collaborators were still active, but in the meanwhile, two of the BITMAPS founders, Eric and Steve, left the company after working on Zed's Steel Soldiers. Eric embraced a new challenge as design and content manager for Sony Computer Entertainment Europe, and Steve didn't code another game until this point. Even so, new members were arriving and joining in to embrace the present and future of gaming and of the Bitmap Brothers family, like Anthony Bowler, who became a programmer for the team still in 2001 and recalls that their spirit remained quite old school. Anthony worked on Speedball Arena, a follow-up to Speedball 2100, trying to revive the spirit of Speedball, now as an esports title, even managing to strike a deal with Epic for the use of their Unreal Engine, showing to the world that Epic's engine wasn't merely a tool to develop FPS titles. Speedball Arena got to a playable state with players, animations, early AI, replays and even sound and music, but it was unfortunately cancelled. The last major success from the Bitmap Brothers came in 2003 with World War II Frontline Command, created in collaboration with Codemasters, but this partnership ended up facing some difficulties at a fairly late stage. As history tells us, the project was concluded, but released by Deep Silver instead. The Bitmap Brothers also ended up porting to PC 3 Namco games, Dead to Rights, Killswitch and Pac-Man World 2. Speedball 2 Tournament came along in November of 2007, exclusively for Windows, a sequel to Speedball 2 Brutal Deluxe, published by Frogster Interactive Pictures and developed by Kiloton. All steps in the development of the game were supervised by Mike Montgomery, but failed to achieve the success of previous titles in the series. It was quickly delisted from Steam without any plausible reason. Mike Montgomery was, in the meanwhile, the only founding member that would still retain the rights to the Bitmap Brothers games and has overseen the release of Speedball 2 Evolution, Zed and the Chaos Engine in recent years. Back in 2004, teamed up with John Hare from Sensible Software and John Phillips, former technical director at the Bitmap Brothers, to fund Tower Studios to develop mobile games before smartphones took over the market, porting Sensible Soccer and Cannon Fodder and also releasing British Limes Rugby. Then John Hare took sole control in 2009 and Mike went on working as a consultant and freelancer for Slightly Mad Studios on the Project Cars series. The good days ended, but their spirit lived on in a few releases in recent times, including a mobile version of Zed in 2011, Speedball 2 Evolution in 2012 for Android, the Chaos Engine in 2013 for PC, Linux and Mac, Speedball 2 HD also in 2013 for PC, and Gods Remastered in late 2018, initially for PC and Xbox One, soon followed by PS4 and Nintendo Switch in March of 2019. By November of that same year, Rebellion Developments acquired the Bitmap Brothers back catalog, so we'll most likely witness a revival of their greatest titles in the following years in the form of remasters, remakes, or who knows, brand new games based on the most beloved Bitmaps franchises. Looking back, the Bitmap Brothers' heyday came during the 16-bit era, with its unique style and high difficulty, 30 times harder if you had a pirated copy of a Bitmaps title. Their games were always setting the standards graphically, technologically, and in terms of gameplay, both for the Commodore Amiga and the Atari ST, and it's unquestionable that they created many memorable in-game characters across their titles. Who could forget Barry, Colin, Justin, etc. in Speedball 2? The Preacher, Thug, Navy, Gentleman, Mercenary and Brigand in the Chaos Engine, or Zod in Zed. Most of their games were a nod to science fiction and fantasy, something that back in those days would appeal to a truly high percentage of gamers. It was a straight shot. Thank you very much for watching and I'll catch you all in my next video. Cheers!